Stream is on. Let's put this on in the background. Unmute that. Awesome. Read Six's note. Good. We are live. You are not technically muted at the moment, so have fun with that or don't. Twitter has been updated. And because people are people, let's just... Oh, thank you, Discord. Oh, that's cool. I don't know how that works, but I just got a little notification being like, hey, your Awoken panel started now. It's like, oh, yeah.
Hey!
Look at that.
Oh, because you made an event. Yeah.
Yeah. I like that feature, honestly, because, you know, you try to plan something out in advance, and then the message gets lost, right? Like, you know, if I put something in my Discord channel saying, hey, this thing in 2 weeks, like, you know, what do I got to do? Keep posting it? The answer is yes, but this is nice. All right, we'll chat. We'll hang out here and we'll wait. Usually it takes a few minutes to get critical mass in the stream. Yeah, I guess a good question to ask. Does anyone have any kind of end timing where they need to leave before turning into a pumpkin, or they get grumpy after a certain time, or
I'm basically nocturnal at this point, so no.
Cool.
I don't have any set time I have to go. I'm down to go until I'm like, all right, I've made my case about why I might as well go. I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah. Yeah, no worries. Just making sure. I mean, I'm usually here. The stream normally is sometime between now and midnight your time. I don't imagine the panel will go that late unless we're having a great time, and if so, cool. But I just wanted to check. Get online, audience.
How are you getting on with God of War? I got completely sidetracked because a friend of mine was playing Mass Effect, and I decided I wanted to play Mass Effect again because I was living vicariously through her. So I'm basically at the same point. Yeah, I'm basically at the same point I said I was at. So you've probably overtaken me by now.
I think so. Yeah, I got a little sidetracked too because I wanted to do some there. Well, I don't know if you've done any of these yet, but there's a certain quest to fight/save a certain group of people in various locations, and I started doing that. I'm around level 5 or 6, I guess, with my character.
Don't think I've done that, no.
Exordium Noctis. Awesome, says, that's my wife. Hi, babe. I don't know whose wife we got.
That's my husband.
Aww.
Well, he's my partner, but yes, he is here.
I figured it was one of you. I mean, the use of...
It's me. That one's mine.
Nice.
No, mine is watching The Hobbit through the house, so...
Yeah. Well, Exordium, welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for jumping in. Little welcome message just popped up in the bottom. Basically, we do 3 things here other than specific lore panels. 1, I like to create a friendly, welcoming, inclusive space. I like to call this the Ward of Dawn for that reason. Number 2, we like to help people. When we're not doing this kind of stuff, we like to help with dungeons, Master Lost Sectors, exotic quests, or just answering questions. Anything we can do to help, we try to. And number 3 is, lore. I love talking about stories and lore. It started with Destiny, but pretty much any game I'm playing, I'm going to be somewhat interested in what the story is. So, if you are interested, I do have a Discord and YouTube channel as well. I'll post that in the channel. There you go. But no worries. Good to have you here. Hey, Dork. Hello, welcome. Yeah, we're just getting started. We're getting everybody in. It was interesting reading over. I was reading over the fourth Grimoire anthology over the winter break, and the first half is like a lot of Grimoire cards from Destiny 1, and it's kind of an odd choice for a book because there's literally like at least 10 pages devoted to specific Grimoire cards about specific enemy types getting taken. And each one reads almost exactly the same. It'll be like, you are a knight. Your mission is to consume. Blah, blah, blah. You have been taken. Make the earth your blade.
But when you do see a difference, it really jumps out at you because the Vex pages are worded very differently.
That's very true, yeah.
I think that's interesting. I think repetition is sometimes useful when you suddenly throw in a difference, and then it's like, oh, why is that different?
Yeah, that's very true, yeah. I just remember about after like the 7th one, I'm thinking, man, I gotta read all these? Oh my god.
I remember you on the stream, you were like, how do I make this sound different?
I wanted it, you know. I don't have one of those phone book voices, you know, so I was trying to put some emphasis into it, but after a while you kind of run out of ideas before they get silly. Hey, Tower Mom, hello, hello. Great. Alright, we're getting some people in the stream now, so let's switch over from our stream beats on Spotify. Let's switch over to some Destiny background. I'm currently playing the Forsaken soundtrack because apparently it's the only one that has Awoken music in it that I own. So there we go. Cool. Chat, let me know if the volume is okay. Whoop, I just got kicked to orbit. Hilarious. Wonderful. Back to the Dreaming City. Mara, you can't kick me out that easily, alright?
My house now.
Yeah. One more volume adjustment. What are we at? I literally have the volume on my PC at like 2, but on the stream much louder. Do I not have the House of Wolves soundtrack? Somewhere, but I didn't really get into getting things for the game until Destiny 2. So my House of Wolves soundtrack is probably like one weird file somewhere. Who knows?
The House of Wolves soundtrack, from what I remember, doesn't have a ton of Awoken music on it. Or it's at least like a blend of Awoken and Fallen, so...
Yeah. Alright, let's get ourselves set up. I'm in the Dreaming City. Gotta just pull up a chair.
Probably just as well not to play the House of Wolves soundtrack because the Death Singer dirge will come on at some point and it'll just scare the living daylights out of you.
Yeah. Honestly, like, Destiny music is really hard to balance. Like, I use it in the background of lore videos, and I don't know if Scarlet, if you have, like, this... By the way, okay, I want to check names. Sixfootdwarf, 6. LittleSheBear, SheBear?
SheBear's fine. Bear or SheBear, yep.
And would you prefer ScarletRebel, Jade?
You can call me Jade. Jade is absolutely fine.
Cool.
I should have thought about that when I called myself ScarletRebel, because
I mean,
call me Scarlet all the time, but...
Yeah, I have no problem either way. I just want to go with whatever works for everybody. Yeah, when you... I don't know if this happens to you, Jade, but I'll like put on some relevant music on in the back, like implanted into the background of lore video, and the first like minute is too quiet and the last minute is too loud, and I'm like, god, every time, and I gotta like cut it and
there's a lot of soundtracks in the game where the first minute is, like you said, like it's really quiet and really ambient, and then the last minute is like especially if you're picking a soundtrack from a story mission or a strike, it's like the first half is like the preamble and then the last part is the boss fight. Like I used to, when I started making videos, just be like, okay, cool, I've listened to 20 seconds, this will be fine. Go back and watch the video and be like, why is this so loud all of a sudden? Wait a minute.
No, not the brass section, no!
Not the brass section. They went really hard on the brass section. Why? Every time.
You're screaming into your own microphone. The interesting thing is that the representation of media.
Then they realize I'm talking about Mara, so she'd be yelling anyway, so it's fine.
Streamer or lore content creator loses their goddamn mind. All right, now that we're starting to hit critical mass and I'm finally sitting in the right place and the music is working, let's just go with that. Welcome everybody to another Kaz PhD live stream. Thank you so much for jumping in and joining us. Really happy that you're all here. Happy Saturday, or if we're watching this on YouTube later, happy whatever day it happens to be. Maybe watch it on a Saturday for full relevance. We have a special stream tonight. We are doing an Awoken lore panel. We are doing a panel on the Awoken, just moving English words around a bit. I'm really excited for this one because not only is the subject matter interesting and relevant right now with Season of the Lost, but I managed to get ourselves some awesome guests. So let me introduce everyone in here. Quick question for our panelists. Would you rather me embarrass you and introduce you, or would you rather introduce yourselves?
Oh, I'm here for the embarrassment.
All right.
Go for it.
Okay,
I'll
awesome.
succumb to the pressure.
Well, they can correct me if I'm wrong or if I go too far, maybe. So, myself, Kaz PhD here, the one who runs the stream. So if something goes wrong, the one to blame. I am a lore content creator and community builder. People can put the links down in the chat, but basically, if I'm not talking about lore or discovering something new in the game, I'm helping people out with dungeons and things like that. It's what I love doing the most. So feel free to come back here for any of that kind of content or join the Discord to keep the conversations rolling. 3 guests we got tonight. Good friend and usually constant companion helping with all kinds of dungeons and things. He's probably done almost as many as I have. My good friend, Sixfootdwarf. Six, how are you doing?
I am very good. I am running around the Dreaming City blowing things up.
Hey.
There you go. Yeah, Six is usually very gracious to help me out with a lot of these things, and I bring him in as a kind of everyman's kind of perspective. Six is usually with me workshopping lore ideas, and even though he doesn't make content, I appreciate his perspective. Next in the hot seat, we have LittleSheBear, also known as SheBear, also known as probably Zavala's champion. Now, I don't remember exactly what your academic educational background is, but I just keep saying history and literature. Is that even accurate at all, or is it just what you're interested in?
Philosophy, comparative literature, and Scots law, because why not?
Wow. Awesome. So even better than what I said.
not?
So we're gonna bring the heat today. We're gonna bring a lot of stuff. I started following LittleSheBear because she was one of the first few that I found to defiantly say, "Hey, you know what? Zavala is pretty cool, and if you don't think so, you're not looking hard enough." So that was cool, and we've had a lot of spirited conversations ever since. Next, last but certainly not least, we have ScarletRebel, otherwise known as Jade. She makes... also, by the way, if anybody has any specific pronoun usage you want me to use that's different, please let me know. The last I checked, I'm okay, but I'm tired, so we'll see. Anyway, ScarletRebel makes lore content. You're still affiliated with Planet Destiny, right? Is that true? Okay, awesome. Planet Destiny, her own channel, her series on queer representation in video games, specifically, I'm referencing here the Marasov, Shira Ido videos, Ariana 3-Way Ning, Cameron and Anna Bray, inspired watching. As someone who makes lore content myself and who looks through the Destiny YouTube community and goes, okay, PvP video, leaks that shouldn't be online, speculation that's clearly wrong, bife, and it's really refreshing to see other types of video analysis out there. So, yeah, all 3 of you, thank you so much for joining me and putting up with me. I'm really excited to have you here.
Thank you. I'm really excited.
Yep.
Yeah.
Pleasure as always.
In the chat, we've got Dork saying, speaking of Mara, I watched ScarletRebel's video where she roasts Mara, and it was glorious. Yes. Very good to see it. Yeah. Very good to see someone put Mara in her place, because apparently no one else will. I don't know.
That was just a very satisfying video to make.
I bet.
Lots to talk about in regards to her, especially if we're going to talk about Season of the Lost. Her relationship with Aldrin, or lack of relationship.
Yeah. So I think, chat, for the purposes of this panel, I think it might be best to generally move chronologically through the story of the Awoken, the Dreaming City, things like this, starting from the beginning and moving all the way to Season of the Lost. But honestly, we might jump all over the place. I definitely know that my guests have some strong opinions and really interesting ideas, probably all across the board. So I'm gonna say, if anybody's not quite familiar with the story of the Awoken and where they came to be, I'm going to give a very, hopefully, pray to the traveler, very short walkthrough of what it is before I stop talking, and let my guests actually, chip in. So, if you're not aware of the Awoken story, essentially we have learned over the course of years that they were humans who left Earth before the collapse. They wanted to leave the dependence of the traveler. They were going into deep space, and as they seemed to get caught in the battle between light and dark, trying to reach out to the darkness and say, hey, we're neutral. We don't like that traveler either. Just leave us alone. Their people, fell into a black hole and ended up in a kind of paradise of places. They were reborn. They awoke as different people. Or same people, but with different physiology, different chemistry, different surroundings. There's a lot here that I'm skipping over, making it very simple, but essentially they lived in elf heaven for a very, very long time, discovering things about themselves, having all kinds of internal conflicts and back and forth leadership, developed an entire society, and Mara Sov was there the whole time, pulling strings and manipulating across the board. Eventually, Mara convinced her people, or at least some of them, to leave this kind of paradise and come back out into our universe. Why? Well, she claimed that she was doing it to help. She wanted to help humanity. She saw the struggle with the darkness and with the fall and with the collapse, and she wanted to help. Whether that's her true motives or not, I'm sure we're going to get into. They established themselves in the reef, and that's, basically you can skip forward all the way to Destiny 1, where Guardians met the Awoken of the Reef, who had already fought wars with the Fallen, and basically took the house, one of the houses under their wing, and taken war, fighting against Oryx, apparently losing Mara Sov as well as Aldrin and Techians and all kinds of things. Wake up in Destiny 2 in Forsaken, where we discover the Dreaming City. Petra is still fighting the good fight, believing Mara is still out there. Turns out she was, in some kind of Queen's Court far realm space. Aldrin had survived, was corrupted, was killed, reborn as a Guardian, and we're caught up with Season of the Lost, where Mara is back, and she is attempting to rescue her Techians, perhaps remove the worms from Savathûn, and get back to business, I guess. So that's a very quick and dirty history of the Awoken, but that's like telling you the story of the Lord of the Rings in 4 sentences, so we're going to go into it a little bit more, but I wanted to keep you updated, and I wanted you to have a simple framework that you can kind of grasp as we move forward. So, enough from me, I guess. Does anybody have any particular questions from any of my guests have particular starting points you want to go from? Anything you're just like, what really grinds my gears? This. Six, ScarletRebel.
Welcome aboard.
Or LittleSheBear. Do you guys have anything you want to start off with, or should I ask you some questions?
Well, yeah, the recent season, right? I think we have to readdress the whole the whole Mara Queen of the South sacrificing herself. On some level, she knew she wasn't going to die. All of this is being planned because she's Savathun's opposite. So, I mean, how many strings has she been pulling, and for how long, really? Because it ain't the way we've got the story so far. We're definitely missing something out of this.
Yeah, it's a fair point.
Yeah, I would go so far as to say that yes, it has 100% been planned the entire time. When she went up against Oryx, it was a planned play to cement her throne world. Elicinia being the area that you go through in the Shattered Throne dungeon, that is her throne world. That is where, you know, she went when she died against Oryx to not die, and now she is. I mean, it's never specifically confirmed that she is a god or she's achieved some kind of godhood if she's on the same level as like Oryx or Savathun, or both of them. But she went against Oryx for that specific reason. So whether or not she knew exactly what was going to happen after the fact, and I was talking about this with Smart, who also makes stuff on Playing Destiny as well, about how much she actually did foresee or plan from that point. But yeah, no, going up against Oryx and quote unquote sacrificing herself to do that, she absolutely planned it 100%. I feel, at least.
Yeah, I think so, because it indebted us.
Mm-hmm.
It indebted the Guardians, and it's something she knew that honor would command that we repaid. It was a self-serving act. The whole thing's been self-serving.
But it's interesting because she hasn't necessarily said that we owe her. I suppose it's just implied.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's an implied. It's implied, and it's manipulation of honor, because Guardians are honorable. The Valas are honorable. So if she then needs us and goes, well, you know, I did help you, and I never asked for anything. As honorable Guardians of the Light, we're gonna go, she's got a point. We better go and help.
So I
and
guess
she has.
Yeah.
Sorry, she has form for that previously, because in Destiny 1 she says, you know, I have shown you benevolence. You know, if I have need of you, I expect you to answer.
Yeah.
And you know, when Petra's really angry with Zavala, because you know she's thinking about the sacrifices they made. You know, even though you know nobody asked them to do that. So yeah, I think there is a tacit understanding that we'll be beholden to them.
So I guess that's an obvious next question is, for what? What favor is Mara going to turn in? Is she just trying to keep a general feeling of guilt and compensation in the back pocket, so that when the storm hits, she can say, "Cool, now I have a army of guardians"? Like, that's the only thing I can personally think of, is that she, unless she has something specific planned, which she would claim to, but yeah, what?
Throne was perfect price.
All right, so she's a throne world real estate flipper, I guess. Is that what's going on?
Wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, if she wants to be the most powerful person there is, and you know she's got her own little throne world, but it isn't. Let's face it, from what we've seen, it's no Savathun's throne world. You know, do you want a shack in the country with no running water, or do you want the mansion? You go for the mansion.
Yeah, I mean, the Shattered Throne is a pretty drafty castle, I will admit that, versus what looks like a lush jungle.
Which, if I'm remembering correctly, I think Oryx actually destroyed that throne world. I think he ended up finding it and was like, yeah, I don't think so, and like made it look the way that it looks now, if I'm remembering correctly.
I mean, it's either that or she didn't get so far in actually making it, because yeah, it's not much to be proud of. Like, there's some beauty in there, but it's also, I mean, the Mindbender made one in 5 minutes, and it's kind of the same aesthetic, really.
Yeah.
Getting back to her sort of planning this all along, I mean, I think it's obvious that the end game for her was always to become a god, because right at the start of the Maracena, she calls herself the Queen-Egged God. She hasn't hatched yet, but that's obviously the end game. And one of the reasons I brought up Inanna. Inanna is a Mesopotamian goddess, also known as Ishtar. That's the more familiar name for her. Strong association with Venus, hence the Ishtar Collective. But the thing about Inanna, she wasn't always a goddess. She became a goddess through cunning, manipulation, and sheer force of will. So I think drawing a parallel between Mara and Inanna is very deliberate. And Inanna descended into the underworld and was killed there. But she was brought back through the efforts of a servant called, what was her name? Nishigur or something? It's in a poem called Descent of Inanna, which you can read online because it's like 5,000 years old and, the copyrights run out. What was her name? Servant. I feel like Mara is like a parallel of Inanna, and Petra is probably like a parallel of the servant whose name I cannot find.
Couldn't you also argue that servant was also, I mean, putting aside Mara's manipulation of Uldren and how he ended up being the way that he was in Forsaken, he ended up bringing her back in one way or another as well, or am I like creating connection there that's
there's
more...
there's one part of this poem that does worry me. When the servant goes to get Inanna back out of the underworld, because the underworld is supposed to be the place from where no traveler returns, they have to swap like for like. In order for her to leave, someone else has to go in. That's slightly worrying. There's also these genderless entities that help her get out of the underworld, and I wondered if they were a parallel with the Harbingers, because it was the Harbinger energy that allowed her to kind of break in. So it's interesting. If you can't, like I said, it's called the Descent of Inanna. It's definitely worth reading because there are little things that make you go, okay, I can see why they brought that up. I think it's in Tyrannicide 4 in the book.
Yeah. Interesting.
So and Inanna is the god. She basically stole various aspects from the other gods to become the goddess of love, beauty, sex, war, justice, and political power. So I think that would be right up Mara's street. Quite honestly.
So all of the most controlling forces in humanity.
Yes.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's an interesting parallel, and it's interesting that was raised, explicitly in the Maracena. But yeah, just thought I'd throw that out there.
Yeah, I mean that's
I'm
yeah, that's really interesting. So did you say that was Mesopotamian? Is that what you said?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
She's probably, like I said, she's in Akkadian mythology. She was called Ishtar, and she's probably the sort of genesis of Aphrodite and Venus. The other thing. Because she's got a strong association with Venus. One of her symbols was an 8-pointed star, and I think it's worth noting that Awoken Heraldry has an 8-pointed star in it.
Yes, and I just was reading through the Grimoire Anthology, which contains a lot of the Maracena, which reminded me that the reason in-game that it's an 8-pointed star is that the Awoken have made an 8-fold promise. They basically, after a lot of conflict and things, they decided... they made a decision, and their 8-folded promise was essentially things like they had some specific stuff that was like really logistical, but they also had other stuff that was very like philosophical about the first one was something about how they came from the distributary, but they should not try to go back into it, or actually not the distributary, the place from which the distributary and the Awoken kind of energy was, this null space between essentially their paradise and our universe, they acknowledge that they came from there, but they promise not to try to go back into that place. Not the distributary. They promise not to go back into wherever it is, the main stream, the main river that created the distributary in the first place. And there's a whole bunch of them. I'd have to look them up, actually. I might do that while we're talking. But yeah, that's you're right. Like, it is an 8-pointed star. It's all over their heraldry. It's I mean, the
Bungie
more
does stuff like
I had
that all
never
the
heard of
time.
this. I had never heard of this. So the more you're talking about it, I'm like, okay, this is obviously where it came from. We know Bungie is very interested and gifted when it comes to myth, or the manipulation of it, at least for their own storytelling. So, I mean, I guess, you know, from your knowledge of that, why do that? Why center a major force and a major race within the game on this very specific myth?
I suspect it's probably because Mesopotamian myths are foundational for a lot of other myths. You know, they sort of, the sort of Mediterranean, sort of Middle Eastern area, those kind of myths spread all over that area. And of course that influenced, you know, biblical stories, it influenced the Romans. You know, it's Mesopotamia has had a massive influence on the Western world. So if you're going to pick a myth, you know, pick Gilgamesh, pick Ishtar. They're the people you want to go for. That would be my guess. I don't know.
It's like there's a Bungie writer somewhere called No One Is Gonna Guess This. This is a 2,000-year-old myth. I am good to go. And you have just blasted that out the water. Like, yeah, no, it's this myth here. Look.
Yeah. The 5 learned enough people in the world are like, we know what we're talking about.
Another weird thing, I don't know if it means anything, but Inanna's husband was called Dumuzi, which is Cameron's surname. I don't know if that means anything. Because I think she wanted to swap her husband because she didn't think her husband was mourning for her sufficiently. So she said, right, if you want someone in the underworld, take him. But then he kind of swaps places with his sister 6 months out of the year. And that explains the changing of the seasons.
Oh, okay.
It's kind of like the Hades Persephone thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know if Cameron's name has any significance with that, but yeah.
Do you think that I mean, okay, so we just, you know, briefly talked about why Bungie chose it. Do you think that that myth has other secrets to tell us, either to give context to what has happened or give hints as to what might happen, motivation or outcome or theme?
I'm not sure. Like I said, it does end with her basically throwing her husband under a bus because, you know, for her to get out of the underworld, she has to sacrifice someone. She's quite happy to sacrifice her husband in the end. But I don't know. I hope it's not a one-to-one kind of retelling of the myth, because if it is, then we're going to get the spoiler alert flavor text. I don't know. We'll see.
You can kind of argue he threw Uldren under the bus.
I was about to say,
you
could absolutely argue that the throwing under the bus there was Uldren. Maybe even Shira as well. Like, Mara may not have wanted her to die, but she did. And if a lot of popular theories about that are true, it's basically because the 9 were really annoyed at Mara or just wanted to get back at her somehow. So Mara is essentially responsible for that death. So Uldren is a very obvious choice, but I would argue Shira as well.
And she's the spouse as well, so that parallel would be a lot stronger.
That's very true.
All those Shira fans. Because I mean, that's been a question on my mind since doing the dungeon the first time. Is Shiraido ever going to come back? You know,
there's a lot of hints for it, and I mean, I've made my opinions on it quite open, but I think Bungie don't hint things like that if it's not going to happen. They were hinting Oryx for the longest time. They were hinting the Red War for the longest time. I don't know if they ever directly hinted Cade outside of spoiler alert, but there's a lot of stuff that they set up for it. So I'd be very surprised if she doesn't come back. When and how is a completely different question, but I would be very surprised if she didn't. But I guess if that's the equivalent exchange, if we're going to talk about Inanna, if she comes back, I mean, would Uldren coming back as Crow count as that as well? Is there anything else from that myth that we can
I couldn't find an equivalent for that. I mean, I'd need to study it more because this is not really my wheelhouse. I literally did this research this week.
So amazing.
Just cramming at the last minute the story of my life with academia. I don't know. I'd need to look at it a bit more.
Wish bringer back. I know everyone always goes on about this wish that was never granted.
There is an
Could that-
Ahamkara egg in her quarters.
Could that potentially be the way that she gets her back?
So okay, let's catch both myself and some of the chat up on this. So Shura Ido was a member before Marasov and many of the other Awoken had left the distributary. There were different factions, and there were even wars that happened with this faction. And Shura Ido was a warrior, essentially, from one of the factions, sent to kill Marasov to kind of quell the, warring factions. And it's basically implied that she fell in love with Mara and became one of her strongest allies and even a bodyguard, so to speak. And they had a relationship. And then at some point she started foreseeing her own death. So someone remind me, how did she die? And or how did she disappear? And why isn't she back yet?
So she predicted her own death. She knew when she was going to die, and she predicted her own death during the Reef Wars. But Mara found that absolutely unacceptable and said, "No, you are not going to die," and she thwarted that fate essentially. Mara, Shur turns around to Mara after Mara saves her life and says, "I should have died there. You just stopped me from dying." Shur knew that was where she should have perished. How Shur Ido actually died, we don't 100% know, but it is heavily implied in the Ecdysis law book, which is my favourite law book ever, that it was the Nine's fault, because if we all remember who the emissary was before she became the emissary, she was an Awoken called Orin, who then died, became a guardian, and went back to Mara to find out who she was. And Mara basically said, "I need you to hunt down this emissary of the Nine because I have a strong suspicion they are responsible for killing my girlfriend," essentially. So we don't know exactly how Shura Ido died, but it is heavily, heavily implied that the Nine had something to do with it.
Wasn't there a strange coin found in her body?
Yes, that's exactly what the thread there is.
Yeah, that's very deliberate wording. Strange coin. It's got to be.
Right.
It has to be, yeah. We don't know exactly how they did it.
No.
But although Shur talks a lot about because on her gauntlets, the Oathbreaker gauntlets? Oathkeeper?
Oathkeeper.
Oathkeeper,
yeah.
that's it.
Yeah.
On the Oathkeeper gauntlets, the law tab is essentially her last moments. And she talks about falling and being betrayed. So who could she possibly be betrayed by but Mara? Because the Nine have never... I mean, the Nine and Mara seem to be working together kind of right now. But we don't know anything else beyond that.
Yeah, so there's lots of... That just leads me to think that, yeah, she could come back, right? Like in classic movie logic, if I don't see a body, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And so the Nine have her somewhere. They've hidden her. So, I mean, heck, we could get we could open up another 9 realm space and find her in there, or wherever they keep her, right? I think they would have to do a little bit of work, though, in order to get the general audience on board with who the heck she is. But putting that aside, I guess my question for you is, what would Shur's attitude be like coming back? Like, do we have an idea as to what her kind of... assuming that no time has passed for her, or time has passed but her opinion or perspective hasn't really changed since she was lost. Is she still on the Mara train, or is she out for revenge? I'm just wondering, like, if she were to come back, what would she be like?
I've had people mention to me, I've had people mention that they think that Shur would be very upset with where Mara is right now, and the idea of Shur coming back and kind of knocking some sense into her, essentially. The way that Shur speaks in the Shattered Dungeon does make me feel like she is somewhat aware of the fact that she's not around. Whether or not she's omniscient and she's seeing what's happening is to be seen. But it's hard because I feel like, and obviously correct me if I'm wrong, Kaz, because you've recently read all this stuff, but I feel like Shir's motivations were mostly just to protect Mara and protect the Awoken people. So I don't. I mean,
it did. It
probably
did
be
seem.
pissed.
Yeah, it did
Go on.
seem that she was like that, especially toward the end. She was trying her best to keep Mara on the straight and narrow, and kind of a classic like monarch warrior sort of relationship, really, where the one was like thinking about these grand plans, and the other was like, yeah, but what about the people?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I agree. Doing the dungeon, you can hear her whispering that she'll come back. I think in kind of classic sci-fi imagining, she is somewhat aware. Like I don't know how what Toland is up to and what he's aware of, but I do feel that she probably knows like that she's trapped or that she's somewhere else, and she probably knows that. I don't know if she knows that Mara is back per se, but yeah, I don't know. I'm just curious because Mara. This season, Mara has mostly been talking about Aldrin and Crow, and a little bit about what her plans are with Savathun. But I really feel like we haven't gotten much. Like we haven't. Maybe I'm wrong. It's been a while since I've done this season's story. But does anybody else feel that she had any whispers of her machinations? Because it just kind of was like, boom, I'm back. Rescue my Techians. There, I've trapped Savathun. Aldrin should be mine. Like, that's kind of all I'm getting from her. I didn't get her, like... I don't know what... Everybody's excited about what Savathun is planning to do next, and I'm kind of sitting here going, yeah, but what's Mara going to do next? Other than probably chase Spider off of the Tangled Shore or something.
If you were to converse this into a sort of an almost real-life situation, if you're secretly trying to become a god, and you know everyone's going to focus on the big crystal in the other room, you're not going to do anything to disrupt that. You are going to keep all your plans secret. You are going to make sure all your moves are done in the dark, and you are going to hyper focus on the things that people will go, oh, well, she'd be a little bit upset about that, because people will go, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, she's really annoyed about Aldrin. Well, I can understand why.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's the perfect cover, is to just make it look like that's all she felt concerned about. And then when the time comes, nobody is sat expecting her to twist the knife on us. It's the perfect sort of setup for a double cross.
I think that's a really good point. And I guess my question following that is, what kind of godhood does Mara want? And don't say total, but I mean, like, gods exist all around Destiny, and they take on many different forms, right? Like, we are gods in a way, or demigods at least. The Hive gods, I mean, Savathun doesn't technically qualify as a god, but like, compared to everything below her, she might as well be. So, I mean, I don't know, chat, feel free to weigh in as well. Like, what if, interesting. Sam is saying, what if Mara made a bargain with Savathun and she has promised Mara she will give her the light? It's an interesting idea. My only quick counter question is, I feel like Mara can already get light on her own. The Blind Well is a battery that's powered by light and dark. But yeah, maybe she hasn't figured out the secret of harnessing it yet. Maybe she doesn't quite have the same ideas regarding like Hive ghosts or something.
Mara doesn't get her hands dirty. I don't think she cares less about the light. When I say God, I say she's trying to become a god. She wants godlike power. Mara's passion, Mara's curse, Mara's obsession is power. That's all she covets. She doesn't care how she gets it and who she goes through to get it. Her history is full of her manipulating in the pursuit of power. And if you get the power of Savathun, who is pretty much as close to godhood as you're going to get in the Hive, that's a lot of power. If you've got a throne world of that size and you can already manipulate that realm, because I've just forgotten the name of it. Typically, the Ascendant realm, then that is an immense amount of power. And the light means nothing in the Ascendant Realm because she could close the doors to us.
Mm-hmm.
So she doesn't need to be scared of Guardians if she can control the Ascendant Realm. She can just go and hide in there and go, I'm not coming out. Job done. We're defeated by the literal inability of ourselves to access the Ascendant Realm effectively. So for me, it's the same. She just wants what she's always wanted. She wants power, and I believe that's the part of the story that we're not getting. That she's made a deal with Savathun and not told us about it. And Savathun thinks she's going to trick her, and she thinks she's going to trick Savathun, and it's two powers using the Guardians as chess pieces.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of that's the format. For me, that's what this feels like. This season seems to have tied all of the Mara story stuff in. Obviously, I don't know all the lore like you guys do, but the stuff that I know, the stuff that you have told us about and stuff like that, it all feels like it's just a chess game to Mara. From right from the start, when she potentially spoke to the darkness when she left the ship, everything has been a chess game.
Mm-hmm.
And she's dozens, if not hundreds, of moves ahead of where we are.
I think the issue with Mara and Savathun is what she's telling us, the Guardians, the Vanguard, whatever. It's just too simple. She's saying, oh, we'll take out Savathun's worm and then she'll be vulnerable. We can kill her. Like, that's too straightforward. There's absolutely no way that's what's going to happen. And Mara must know that. She must know that's just far too simple. So she clearly has something else planned with her plan, which has been going on for 7 years now, so I'd really like to know what it is.
Yeah.
No, I agree with that because, I mean, I completely agree with SheBear because when Mara said, you know, we can kill her after I excise her worm, I was like, that's not how it's going to go, though, is it? Because
Savathun would never agree to that.
Exactly. And Savathun has mentioned, like, wanting to have her worm excised and stuff like that, but it's that thing where it's like, both Mara and Savathun, both obviously are like, great, she's going to do this thing that I want her to do, and then I'm going to do this thing that she's never going to expect. Like, they both are waiting for that moment where they get what they want and they can further the rest of their plan, which is obviously going to lead Savathun into whatever height of power she's at Witch Queen. But it's really interesting watching them both be like, I know what you don't know, and I know what you don't know what you don't know. It's fascinating.
It would be fun to kind of shoot like a Office style where they both turn to the camera behind the scenes and be like, I have this secret plan, and they both have secret plans that are just waiting on the other.
If someone could do a Photoshop gif of the one where it's all three of them doing the finger guns at each other.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely want to know what's up there. I mean, like on a smaller note, I feel, you know, people talk about the spider, about Spider being, you know, potentially killed off or whatever. I don't think that's going to happen personally. I think canonically, the reason why we're not going to go to the Tangled Shore anymore is that Mara is going to take a stronger foot forward, and she's going to say, no, the Tangled Shore is mine. Guardians, you've done your job. Get off. And also, Spider, get out of here. And maybe she'll go after him and she'll chase him away or try to kill him and he'll escape. I mean, I really doubt that Bungie will kill off Spider because he's a very interesting character. And his whole thing is being slippery and, you know, between the lines. So I think, like, canonically, we will lose the Tangled Shore for that reason, that Mara will step up and become even more prominent. I just don't know to what end. I mean, I guess to the end of surviving and being powerful enough to survive and to keep all of her people enthralled to her, but I don't know if she has any other specific plans or if we're going to see the Dreaming City be built up, or I don't know.
In regards to Spider, there is a lore piece. I can't remember. I think it might be on a sparrow or a ship. It's probably a ship. There's a lore piece where Spider goes to Drifter and basically asks Drifter to smuggle him out of the Tangled Shore.
Yeah.
So that is essentially how the Spider is gonna.
I agree. Yeah, I remember
Shore.
reading that, and I do agree that that's what's going to happen. Where he's going to end up, I don't know, but it just seems to be too interesting of a character, right? Imagine he disappears, we don't see him, and then another year later, we hear from Drifter that there's this guy I know, and he's got some information that can help us defeat whoever. And there we go, and it's Spider again. It's like, oh, you son of a...
Yeah, you... This guy.
Yeah.
He's gonna be hidden in some hidden bunker under the Elixir Quarter.
Probably.
Oh, can you imagine?
Just sitting in the Botsa vault, yeah.
I can already see Zavala necking the migraine meds as we speak.
Oh, man.
Not another one.
Yeah. No, I think that's I think that's very likely. So just lost my train of thought.
There's an interesting back and forth happening in the chat between Exodium Noctis and Edumama about the possibility that the Savathûn crystal in Mara's chambers isn't even Savathûn.
That would be clever.
There's
the sort of thing she'd do.
Oh yeah, there's a lore piece. I'm sure Exodium Noctis will tell me which one it is. I'm pretty certain it's in Truth to Power, where Savathûn speaks to... Well, no, there's one where Savathûn speaks to a thrall, but Nokris speaks to Savathûn, or what he thinks is Savathûn, and then it turns out to be a thrall proxy. And I would argue that the crystal looks more like a thrall. So it's very likely that that crystal is just Savathûn's thrall proxy.
So Osiris was a thrall who's actually Savathûn. It's like nesting dolls.
It is like nesting dolls. It's literally like nesting dolls. Where
it's a hive
Osiris
Matryoshka.
Do you know what though? that actually...
I'm changing my Twitter name to that.
That would tie in with some of the lore we got though. If it was really one of Savathûn's thrall proxies, that you know in last season where it was on about, and I'm walking through the city and my worm hungers.
Mm-hmm.
If it was a thrall, the worm would hunger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you've got to assume that the thrall in there still needs to eat. It's still got to keep, like she's got to keep it alive.
Oh man, I want to. We all want to see Mara be wrong, but not on something like this. Like it would be such a funny and crestfallen moment to have like her open up the chrysalis and do some Techian magic, and then it's a thrall, and for Mara to like, probably maybe not because she's all trained to be very regal, but for her to be visibly shaken that she had not trapped Savathûn this whole time. And on the one hand, yay, Mara being wrong, you pretentious person. On the other hand, it's like, oh my god. I mean, maybe that's what we're going to find out at the end of the season, right? When the lunar alignment happens and they go to do their exorcism, maybe that's what we're going to find out, and that will kick us off into Witch Queen, where it's like, well, where the hell is she? And then summon evil laughter, throne world. I mean, that I hate that fits in so well. I'm going to say, like, I boxes within boxes and mysteries within mysteries. I mean, I tend to think of myself as an intelligent titan, but that makes me want to punch things, I'm telling you.
Well, I will admit, like, that is a theory that, so, Exodium Noctis in the chat is my partner, Tristan, and he brought that theory up to me a while ago, and I was like, there's no way. Like, really? Do you really think so? So I had the exact same reaction. I was like, oh no, that makes far too much sense.
Yeah, no, that's very, that is very good. I'll be sure to shout you out when that does happen. Yeah.
There were some entries in Maracena where she was talking about hubris and how, the Awoken, that's a human thing, the Awoken are beyond that. And this season, I have been getting a lot of hubris from Mara. Like, she just seems too self-assured. So, something's got to go wrong. And we know something's got to go wrong because Savathûn's running around with Lucent Hive. So...
I really, I want someone, anyone, the Guardian, Zavala, or Ikora, to grab Marasab by the scruff of the neck and just shake her and be like, you don't know everything, and you don't because she's been like that from day one. They don't know these ones are mine. No, we don't. They've been shooting our freaking home for 300 years, and excuse me for trying to save your life in your throne room when we have fallen
your own
popping.
home.
She's been like this.
I would pay.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I would pay cash money to see Zavala and Mara butting heads on screen. Like, I want to see that. I'm so desperate to see that.
How did we all? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, no, you go ahead. You go ahead.
Well, how did we all feel about Ikora getting that moment with her on the on the voice channels? I was like, I've never had more respect for Ikora than the moment where she was like, "You are the fault your brother. Like, it is your fault your brother died. It is your fault the Dreaming City is the way it is right now. How dare you try and tell me that I'm doing everything wrong?" Because Mara was basically yelling at her for not sending Uldren back to, not sending Crow back to her, and Ikora was like, "Are you kidding me? Of course I didn't send him back to you. Are you crazy?" And they just yelled at. Oh, it was very good. I enjoyed it immensely.
Yes, it was very satisfying.
I obviously want to see more not video. I want to see it live. I want to see the characters actually interact, not over the phone or over the radio, but I am glad that they are moving those things forward, because it's frustrating as a player or even to imagine as the Guardian, to have all these people snipping at each other around and around all the time. You're like, no, you guys screwed up. Like, you messed up, and now I got to go and clean it up. When will you learn? When will you face any kind of judgment or any kind of reprisal for any of this? Nope, just back out to kill 100 scorn or whatever. So yeah, it has been nice. Ikora never really held back much, except in having a purpose, like a mechanical purpose in Destiny. But it is really nice to see. Last season, she was just giving that same attitude to Lakshmi, and now she's giving that same attitude to Mara. It is really good to see that, because, it's just kind of enough is enough, in my opinion. I mean, I've said it a few times, and I really want to see, just like in the Taken King campaign, when you had everybody around the war room. And by everybody, I mean the Vanguard plus Eris. I want to see a moment like that where all these different factions are together. And Mara I want to see her there. I want to see her called in, and for her to be there, and for everybody to snip at each other a bit and get some of this stuff worked out. Maybe not everything, but get some of this stuff worked out and be like, you thought you had Savathun. You're wrong. Your hubris has led us here. And now she's one step closer to what she wants. And I want to see all of those characters interact, and I want to see some of them specifically to get called out for their nonsense. And it'd be great if the Guardian themselves was to make a point of it, because we've been caught in the middle of all of this forever, and not that we're necessarily, I don't know, smarter or had a better strategy or whatever, but after years of running around cleaning up after everyone else, it would just be nice for us to kind of say, look, you don't know everything, you're too cautious, you're too brazen, this is what we need to do, Yeah. Alright, well, let's talk...
Now.
Go ahead, Six.
Sorry, since hearing that theory now, I really want a cutscene where the crystal breaks and it's just a throw with Savathun was here tattooed on its chest. That would kill me. I would have so much fun with that. It'd just be brilliant, and then pans to Mara's face. Yeah.
Or like in Die Hard. Now I have the light. Ho ho ho.
I was literally thinking the same thing. And also, what you said, Kaz. I don't know if anyone here has played Dragon Age Inquisition, but it reminds me of them in the very, very last DLC that I forget, Trespasser. Where the Inquisitor finally blows up and screams about how everything is so annoying. It reminds me of that. I would love for our Guardian to have a moment like that.
I just, I'm a big Zavala fan, and I'm sure that sentiment is, as I mentioned, is shared. And I just, Zavala gets a lot of grief because he's so cautious with everything, and all these other characters are just crazy, like doing whatever the heck they want with no consequences. And I think they need to all get together, share information. Like, I love those kinds of scenes, and I think the fact that Mara, I know she's a queen of her own people, but she's really messing with the entire solar system here. She claims to want to help humanity, but then she also kind of screws us over every chance she gets. So I would definitely love to see some interaction with that. Yeah. All right, big topic moving forward. Crow Aldrin. So, I mean, there's a lot that we could talk about on that, but I guess focusing on I guess first question, how do you feel? How do all you three feel? And chat, jump in as well. How do you feel about how the story of Aldrin and then the story of Crow, how do you feel about that? The way that it's developed, the fact that Crow, that Aldrin died and Crow is here. Like, how is that evolution of that story treated you? Because I've seen a lot of articles recently where they're like, Destiny has a new protagonist and it's not the Guardian, it's Crow, it's Crow's story. And I've also seen the kind of take where people have said, this game is all about Crow now and I don't want it to be, blah, blah, blah. Plus even worse takes, but I'm curious what you guys think.
I think he's a really good case study in, he's really interesting to watch because he is a case study in how a Guardian is similar and different to how they were before, because he's really the first time we've seen someone how they were in their first life and how they are as a Guardian, and it's really fun to look at the similarities and the differences. Mm-hmm. Because, Zavala, he follows like the speaker dogma where it says, they're not the same people. Anna, why did you keep the same name? Rah, rah, rah. But if you look at Crow, like, there's this lovely bit in page 139 in the Volume 4 Grimoire, where she's talking about how... Is it page 139? I think it's page 139. Where Mara's talking about how Crow likes the Fallen. He says, that they keep fighting even though there's no hope, and it's like, Aldrin has found his people. Mm-hmm. And that's borne out in Crow as well, because he's got so much sympathy for the Fallen. Or the Elixni, rather. Mm-hmm. And, you get the little sassy things that come out now and again when he's speaking to Petra. A knife against a hunter. That's very Aldrin. That moment was really Aldrin.
Very Aldrin. I completely agree. It's really, really cool seeing those moments where you're like, that's Aldrin Sov. I also think that there's a really strong argument that Crow is who Aldrin Sov could have been without Mara's manipulation.
Mara. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. I think that it's in terms of like, is Crow the main character and stuff like that, I don't know how much I believe that. I just think that Bungie have done some things, as you said, like something so unique and something so interesting with Aldrin and now with Crow, that we are all just very, very invested in where his story goes. We want to know what he's doing. Like I remember when they patched in the second part of a lore page about what he was doing on Venus, mm-hmm. and he went to Venus because he wanted to prove himself against the Vex, because Aldrin Sov could mow his way through like 100 Vex, and he wanted to like prove himself, if I'm remembering that correctly.
Yeah.
So I just think, and I remember the fan base's response to that was immense, because we all want to see Crow be happy. I want to see him flourish. Like, it's definitely that kind of, I mean, maybe it's just me, but I feel like it's really hard to talk about Crow versus Aldrin without thinking about the people who still are on that Aldrin Sov needs to die because Kate. Yeah, tell me about it.
That's all I have to say about that.
Yeah, it's hard because Aldrin was pushed so far in Forsaken. Mm-hmm. He went so far off the deep end, and Crow now is such a lovely person, and is just really genuinely trying to be that good person. You could absolutely argue that Savathun most likely showed him the not very great parts of Aldrin Sov, and if you go far enough into the lore, or you find someone who loved Aldrin Sov in D1, or like just knows his lore like in and out, I can't claim that I'm one of those people, but my partner is, so I know a lot about Uldren Self by proxy. He loved his people, as you said, SheBear. He was interested in the Elixir. Mara made that comment about how he's found his people and all that other stuff, but he was so dedicated. And also, the Aga Scepter lore card is basically the Awoken right before the attack on Oryx. It's Uldren being an absolute dork with a bunch of children and telling them the story of Aga and Rhaegar to like give them hope.
I have a rant related to that.
You're
gonna love it. It's about Mara. It really annoys me that when you're speaking to Mara, like in the game, she talks about, oh, my brother Uldren used to tell stories to the children, and it was so nice and wonderful. And then in the Aga Scepter lore card, she's like, stop wasting your time telling stories to children.
Yeah, she's like filling their head with stories. It's like, are you kidding me? Their parents are about to go off and like sacrifice themselves just so that you can have a fancy throne in an ascendant plane. Like, let him do that.
Like the way she presents herself in the game is like completely different to how she was in that lore card.
Oh yeah, and I mean she's full of that, right? She's telling her own story. She's always.
And I think that's why you have to take the Maracena with several large pinches of salt, because the Maracena, as far as I can remember, was an artifact that you could get in Destiny 1. It is a book that exists in the universe of Destiny. It's like a meta text. So like Ikora or Zavala or Shax or whoever could sit down with a copy of the Maracena and read it. So it's not necessarily reliable. And there are some passages in it that just verge on like outright propaganda, where it says, like Mara's will would become reality, and blessed are those that realize that her will could become reality, and useless are those who doubt glorious Queen Mara. I can't remember the exact wording, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I would say a lot of this is unreliable narration.
Veering very close to those two scions writing Callus fanfiction.
Yeah, I mean,
is the Maracena very similar to the Hive books that we were told? What was it?
Truth to Power. Books of Sorrow.
Like the Books of Sorrow, where it's all great and wonderful, and it's all about this person is amazing, and it's like like it's
same writer, I think, isn't it? Seth Dickinson wrote both of them. I think he did.
Wouldn't surprise me.
I have a feeling that it's done deliberately, in all honesty, because the Hive have got Truth to Power. She's got Maracena, not Gaul, thingy, the Emperor.
Callus.
Yeah, Callus had his version of it, and it's 3 separate books that all do exactly the same thing. And it kind of feels like somebody in the background in the shadows was saying to them, this is what's going to happen and you're going to be the center of it. And then just, you go over there and do your thing. And then, without telling him that he's just spoke to her, you go over there and do your thing. And it really feels like in the background, somebody is pulling strings that potentially isn't Savathûn.
Also, like one author and like several different narrators.
Yeah, and it's like, it almost feels like it's the Darkness's story being told through their eyes, like as though they think they're the center. And what you're actually getting is just the Darkness going, I sit right at the top of the pyramid. Everything else beneath me. You all do what I want. And it's massive. I really kind of like how it's going. It's a weird, those books just really weird to me. They have such weird similarities in not necessarily the stories, but the way they're written. The way they're written is almost identical. It's just changed the faction to suit. It's almost like, it's like a one-stop book, and then you just change the name at the top, like Awoken, or stick a sticker over it, Hive. It's like, it feels like that's being done that way, which it could just be my interpretation of it, because I can't remember half of it, if I'm honest, but it's the general feel I always get from them books.
You're definitely onto something, because I remember there being a flavor text during Season of Opulence on something where Callus is basically saying that no one understands the darkness like I do, not Mara, not Drifter, not anyone. And like I think about that a lot, because I think you're completely right. Like everyone thinks they know what the darkness is. Everyone thinks they understand what it's going to do, like when it finds the traveler or something like that. But like, it is most likely that it's just messing with these higher factions in this universe just to get its own kicks.
It does kind of feel like that, doesn't it? Kind of feels like the whole give the puppy a ball and watch it run off. It's like, it kind of feels that sort of way. Sorry, I went off on a side note because we were talking about Aldrin, but
Yeah.
he's mentioned
we were. Oh yeah, that guy.
Oh, wait a minute.
Back into my head.
I mean, if we're talking about like playing a cosmic game and stuff like that, my heart has really bled for Crow throughout this season for a lot of reasons, but it does really feel like Savathun and Mara are just using him like a chew toy at this point.
Yeah.
Like literally just a chess piece on a board. Can we just admit that Savathun probably just showed Crow all of the worst parts of Aldrin? Or do we think that there was anything else than that? Because I don't know for sure.
It's interesting because I've heard people question it on, did she show him the worst parts? Did she show him his whole life? Did she only show him basically everything from the Taken War forward? Right? Because like she was saying like she was saying that she wanted that, you know, nobody's told you about like what really happened to you. I can show you. And so at the very least, and some of the, you can probably go back and like listen to whatever whispers you hear as he's reaching out toward her. So at the very least, he has been shown something related to his death. And what he says afterward does seem to indicate that he knows that we were involved in that and stuff like that. But this is like everything in the lore. We have no idea. We have no idea if she showed him, well, we have no idea if she showed him the truth or parts of the truth or his whole life or just whatever she made up, you know? He touches her and he gets like you were a happy baby once and I, Savathun, was the one who took care of you. Marasov is terrible, and the Guardian makes fun of you behind your back. Kill, kill, kill. Like, we have no idea. And because he's been away, and because nobody ever, you know, sits down and talks for more than 30 seconds, we probably never will fully know. I think it's good. I think at the very least, I don't know. That's another question, is I don't know if Savathun even showed him something to manipulate him. I mean, I know how that sounds, because, you know, Savathun can't make tea without manipulating something or someone, but I honestly...
I think it's the ultimate I think it's the ultimate three-dimensional chess to manipulate someone by telling them the truth.
Yeah,
that's what I was thinking, and it's very her MO.
Yeah, and she's just gonna be like, "What? I just told the truth. I didn't do anything
I
different."
Didn't do anything? No.
Yeah.
No, it's been 6 weeks. No one else has told him.
There's a way of telling the truth that isn't telling the truth.
Yeah, admit the truth.
There's another
the bits that you want someone to see.
There's another really good example in Destiny lore of that, which is, if you want like a good example of unreliable narration, is the Drifter describing what Honor did in that city district. Because the way he words it, it sounds like she killed a bunch of people. But when you see it from the opposite perspective, she evacuated the area and nobody was perma-killed. She did kill people, but they weren't perma-killed because she didn't kill the ghosts. But Drifter didn't lie. He didn't lie. It was just the wording he used.
On that note as well, if we're going to talk about Drifter's book, The Man with No Name, he sees the Iron Lords and he talks about the Iron Lords in a very different way than we have been told since Destiny 1. Yeah. So there is a lot of unreliable narrators in Destiny, I think. I think they do that really well, to be honest.
Yeah, so this is a point that I brought up on stream yesterday, and it's one that I always warn anybody who's interested in, especially Destiny's lore. There are very, very few axiomatic truths within this game. And what I mean by that is there are very few instances where you can point to something and be like, aha, that is exactly what it is, how it happened. Because things are told, like, first off, things are rarely told from a third person kind of semi-omniscient perspective. A lot of times things are told by a character or recalled by someone else. And then even when it is third person, you can tell it's third person, and I don't know if there's a term for this, but it's third person that has been biased in the perspective of whoever it's talking about, you know?
If you want to, I think would it be like third person point of view? A Song of Ice and Fire, you know, Game of Thrones does this very well. It's always told in the third person, but each chapter has like the heading name of whose perspective it's being told from.
Right.
So when it's told from, say, Sansa Stark's perspective, you know, Ned Stark is great. He's the best guy who ever lived. He's lovely. He's amazing. When you see it from Daenerys Targaryen's point of view, you know, he's cold. He's uncaring. He's unfeeling. He has a heart of ice. And they're talking about the same character, but it's just completely different viewpoints. Same event, completely different interpretation.
Yeah, and because of the fact that it's being filtered that way, like a lot of times if you think about third person, you think of it as stating what is happening in a kind of objective way. But because it's being filtered through other characters, you are witness to their perspective and their shortcomings. So, and I mean, that's done on purpose for a lot of reasons. One, for just, it's more, it connects you to the story more, even if it's slightly flavored. You, on a subconscious level, you realize a person is telling you this, not some kind of omniscient god. But it also allows for this wiggle room, this ambiguity, which again is great for conversation, but it's also good because then the writers can come back a year later and just sneak a little bit in there. Somebody says, he's dead, I killed him, absolutely. Nope, he was a guardian, you didn't know that, and he had a ghost and he came back. Or he looked like he was dead. Or, you know, you shot him, you certainly did, but you weren't the one who killed him. Like, he died of something else or whatever. Like, this happens all over the place, and it's something that any, especially Destiny lore enthusiast, needs to be careful of. And it's this fine balance, right? We've all been, unfortunately, involved in debates and arguments where there's a certain amount of things that you have to kind of accept as being the way that they are, at least holding them firm enough that you can move forward. Because if you don't, you're just playing with sand, right? You need to kind of solidify a part of the castle. But at the same time, you have to realize, one, there's probably going to be things underneath your foundation that will crumble, and that's fine. You just have to accept that. And on the other hand, moving forward with it, yeah, you can't take things at face value, because just because it happened once doesn't mean it happened again. Doesn't, like, is it an anomaly that happened, or is it the way things always are? And this kind of thing happens all the time. Well, Sagira said to those ghosts to go back to the Traveler and get another guardian. Yeah, but did you ever see that happen? We don't know if that can happen. Well, Spider said to that one ghost he could switch to the other guardian. Did we ever see it happen, though? And it's one of those questions where it's like, on the other hand, just because we didn't see it happen doesn't mean it didn't happen, right? Like, it doesn't mean it's like that it's impossible for something like this to happen. So we have to always be careful with our reading and understanding. And coming back to the Awoken, yeah, their story was told from a third-party perspective, but filtered through mostly Mara Sov's perspective. And even in her own book, she's manipulative as hell. I was just thinking, one of the few characters who we've got kind of more of a background as to what he was doing in an almost completely honest way, even though he wasn't honest to himself, Clovis Bray. Like, the collector's edition lore book, he's so manipulative, but as you're reading it on the page, you can see it. And I find that kind of hilarious. When you read, like, Books of Sorrow, the Truth to Power, the Maracena, like, it leans more on, this is the way that things are. Take it at this value. And when you read the Clovis Bray collector's book, you're like, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how that happened, and I'm pretty sure Clovis believes he's doing the right thing, but he says that as he cuts someone's arm off for science.
One of my favorite parts of the collector's book is when Clovis is talking about, like, putting himself into an exon, how he's finally figured out how to circumvent the Cotard delusion and all of that stuff. And then you're like, yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Well done, Clovis. You're talking about making exos. Oh, and you're going to make your granddaughter do it before you do it. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Good to know.
Yep.
Also, I don't know if I'm going to like prove your point or disprove your point, Kaz. But when you were like, oh, someone said that a ghost can take their light and just give it to someone else. That technically happened with Shin Malfa.
That's
when
true.
Jaren
Yeah.
Ward died.
Yeah.
But again, like, we don't know if any of that is true. We don't know how that actually happened. Shin Malfa has spoken to us himself in 3 law books. We don't even know whose perspective the D1 law is from, but I would get way off topic if I went on about that.
You're absolutely right on that one. And
the theories about those.
Shin and Dredge and Yor, there is a lot of there's a lot of so first of all, I will say, yeah, that has happened, and it happened with them. But I will also say that we don't know if that's a normal thing or if that's a special thing, right? Because that story seems very blessed or very specific. And then the other thing that throws me off, and I always have to go back and read it, is that I really feel, this is a very weird point, but I feel like the story of Shin Malfur between Destiny 1 and Destiny 2 is the perfect way of writing a sequel. Because in my mind, you have a story in Destiny 1, it's very classic, good versus evil, white hat, black hat, cowboys sort of stuff. Plus all the darkness, dark roads that Dredge and Yor went down. And then Destiny 2 was like, yeah, but also, what if we twisted a little bit and went deeper with it as to what Dredgen was doing? And I feel like that's the perfect way to write a sequel, but the problem there is now you have to go back and reread what already happened and go, wait. Does that change everything? Or not? You know what I mean? Like, does that make any sense to you guys? Like, I feel like that happened with that has happened with the Awoken, I believe, as well. It's that now that we're getting her back and we're seeing more about how she's interacted with, with how she interacted with Crow or Aldrin in the past. We've always seen that with her books, but we're starting to see that more, I think, on a interpersonal perspective, and maybe eventually on a what the heck is what are her true motivations perspective.
It harkens back to that thing of Crow being who Aldrin could have been without Mara, because you go back to the Mara Center now, or even go so far back as to Destiny 1, and you're like, oh, wait a minute, there's a lot of manipulative stuff in here which isn't very good. And it's only when you get to like this point in like Season of the Lost that do you realize that, again with the Shin Malfa parallel, like when you get those 3 quests and those 3 law books, you're like, oh, okay, you go back and you're like, how much can I actually trust this now that I've been given this new information? I think a lot of that, I think Crow's existence in general is probably very eye-opening to how Mara treated her brother and how the Awoken people in general are.
Yeah, I like.
Go on, Six.
Sorry, just to quickly bounce over to the original question. I genuinely think Savathun showed him a best hit that was designed to line up with her helping him when she pretended to be Osiris. I honestly think that she, even bits of his earlier life before he was with Osiris, I think she showed him key moments, and then he's going to look at that and go, and then she'll be like, but remember when that happened and I helped you and I got you, because I'm your friend, I told you the truth.
Yeah.
But even going back to what we said before, you could argue that she doesn't have to show him any kind of manipulation. She could just literally show him what happened. Show him the truth. Because Osiris took Crow under his wing right away, and
that was why I was making the point of there's a way of telling the truth that isn't the truth, and Bungie's done this a really long way, but I kind of feel like this season we're maybe seeing that it was maybe deliberate. Crow is, if you look at Crow, the character, both sides of him, Aldrin and Crow, he is the poster child of this is what happens when you take a child and you put them in a hyper abusive situation. This is how they develop, this is how they function, and then when they move past that and someone starts to show them kindness, this is how they then behave. But all it takes is the right person with the right manipulation, and they will fall for it because they don't have the understanding to avoid it again. And Crow's kind of in this situation where he was always overshadowed and overpowered by Mara, and she cultivated this belief in him that he wasn't good enough, and so everything he does is just like, I've got to impress her, and
he's so desperate for approval. Even when he was human, before he was an Awoken, when he was Aldwin, he was desperate for approval.
Yeah.
And you see it as Aldrin, you literally see him adopting her mannerisms and her behavior. He's so desperate for her approval that he pretends to be her. He tries to make himself like the person that's manipulating him in an effort to, on some level, it's, if I'm like you and you approve and you approve me, you won't do this to me anymore. So he then goes away, comes back as Crow, and suddenly Osiris is there. And Osiris is nice and kind and protecting him, and technically puts him under the wing of the most powerful guardian there is. Like, I've got a friend, nothing will happen to you if you're with them. They will keep you safe. They might be a bit funny when they first meet you, but don't worry, it'll work out. Like, it's all of it's a manipulation, and then all she's got to do is, I'll show you the truth. And it's literally it's a best hits of, this is all the truth, but this is all the truth that lines up with all the stuff that I told you when I pretended to be Osiris, because then you're going to think I'm your friend. It's exceptionally well written, a lot like the Saint story last season. Aldrin's story is just amazingly well written because he's stuck in between two abusers, and he doesn't know that he's actually just being toyed with. And he's just trying to find a way to get on through the world. I love his story. I think it's going in a really good place, and it kind of, Bungie are also highlighting some things that we need to be more aware of in the world, which they seem to be doing a lot of lately with their writing. I'm really impressed with it.
Yeah, I was just going to say that one thing I wish they would lean into more on that front, and I don't know how you do that and still make a fun video game, but the Vanguard and the Guardians as an organization is not much different in its manipulation than, you know, what you're describing, right? And this is a very tangential topic, but I've thought for a long time that as much as I like the Vanguard and as much as I like, you know, being a Guardian, there's a lot that's just assumed or implied. There's a lot that's just assumed or applied, and it doesn't really lend itself to a real trusting, you know, full relationship. And what I mean by that, so Crow, desperate for approval. Maybe, you know, the same kind of personality traits carried over from Alderaan. Well, yeah, he's trying to look up to Osiris or the Guardians or the Guardian or the Guardians or the Vanguard. And what he needs is support. Yeah, it's fine to give him some approval, but it's also good to help him become his own person, where he's not a lapdog seeking approval. He's, you know, an emotionally mature person. And I feel like a lot of Guardians have this kind of problem, like in the game, where you wake up, you might eventually make your way to the tower, and Zavala and Ikora go, cool, you're a Guardian. You're here to protect humanity and fight for the Traveler. And you're like, okay, is there loot? Yeah, it's out there somewhere. Go get it. Cool. And that's like all the support I feel that we get canonically in the game. I was going to make a series on this topic regarding the story of Shira, right? The Guardian that came up in the Trials lore. And for anybody who hasn't followed that one, basically a Guardian went through post-traumatic stress disorder following the Red War, And through a bunch of things, one of her fire team kind of turning to stasis and some bad trials games, we've all been there, she has gone on a basically crusade where she says, you know what, I don't think anybody using stasis is right in their right mind, so I'm going to put them down. And I feel like a major reason that she reached that conclusion is that even though her fire team told her to go talk to Ikora, she, I guess, never did. But also, I feel like even if she did, what's Ikora going to do? There's no other instances that I can think of in the lore where people have provided, like, maybe I'm wrong, but where they've provided that kind of support.
There's a paragraph in the Pilgrimage lore card, which I think is like a handy little contrast between Zavala's style of leadership and Mara's style of leadership. Because it says, Ikora tells him, if you listen with the right ears, you can hear the traveler's last conversation with Io, as if the matter of terraforming an entire moon with Earth-like gravity and a biosphere is only a matter of rhetoric and instruction. Well, isn't that the challenge in the end? Not just assembling the power to do something, but convincing people to do it. No, not even that. Not convincing or coercing. Traveler knows he's tempted sometimes. But teaching them how to think as you think, how to value what you value, even giving them the ethics required to understand your valuation, so that you can trust them to make the choices you would even when you're not around to father them. So Zavala tries to instill a sense of ethics, the sense of duty, do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. Mara, on the other hand, just shaped the Awoken the way she wanted them to be. She didn't bother with consent. She didn't bother with instilling ethics. She just did it. Because she's very much an end justifies the means kind of person. She's very utilitarian like that. Zavala is a lot more rule-based. I mean, he's all about doing the right thing. And to father them. He's very parental. He's very paternal. Whereas Mara's this, I'm the monarch. Do as I say.
Mara's very much shaped the Awoken into such a form that they will just blindly do what she said.
Yeah.
Their time in the distributory was just filtering. You know what I mean? Oh, 2 seconds. That's me boy all moving. Steady, son. It was very much like the wheat from the chaff. Who were the ones that shaped the way she wanted, and then she took all the ones that shaped the way she wanted with her. Well, and left the rest.
Yeah, I mean, it as you read through those books, that becomes clear because one, she literally shaped at least. Well, she shaped the fact that the Awoken were not basically gods. Like, it's implied that when they woke up, Mara had the character selection screen on there, and it was like, do you want to be a god? And she went, no, one step down from that, please. And then shaped Alice Lee, the former captain, to believe that she was the first. And then later, like you said, Six, it's implied that one of the reasons that she keeps stirring up all of these like theodicy wars and things is that, she's trying to basically keep the idea of rebellion alive enough, and the idea that they shouldn't, and that they should be a little bit guilty about receiving near godhood, guilty enough that they might want to leave their paradise and go help others or go help Earth. Keep those ideas alive long enough that she can kind of get the Awoken to a place that she believes is powerful enough to finally leave the distributary and go do that. So she definitely does that. And on your point, ScarletRebel, I mean, I think that's very true about what Zavala does and how he does it. I just wish we had more of it, I guess. And
I agree.
That's always going to be my answer. Just more. Zavala's everywhere. People are like, how did Zavala get in? I don't care how he got in Rasputin's bunker. Put him there again. Put him everywhere. Every time I turn a corner, he's there. He's the horse in Assassin's Creed. I blow a whistle and he pops out from behind a rock. But
that's the only time I'll support NFTs if you can have Zavala in every single game. That's the only time I'd support. No, I wouldn't. I would never.
But I just wish that we had that a little bit more prominent, because we all know the issues with Zavala is that he's often very aloof. He's in the distance. He's saying all the right things, but he's still not there. We need more conversations where he's revealing his thoughts to Guardians and he's showing the troubles of leadership and stuff. Because otherwise, he's Captain America before Marvel got a hold of him.
Dad is laughing at me.
Yeah, before the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Captain America was seen as a kind of outdated and really boring character, and they brought him in and they showed like how a morally righteous person can both fit in and help a team forward, but also contrast with the way things are. And I just feel that Guardians don't get that, and as a result, I mean, this is a game where people are, I mean, we were literally helping somebody yesterday who was in his 70s, but we've also played with people who are, you know, who need help with dungeons and stuff, who are a lot younger than that. And I mean, we don't need to go out there and start like morally policing players, but I feel like both as players and as Guardians in the lore, there's not enough like reinforcement of why we do what we do. And so you could easily see why so many Guardians chose the Drifter in the Allegiance quest, and why they might, if they haven't read the lore, why they might side with Mara or Savathun, being like, the Vanguard never told you anything.
I know I've ranted about this before, but the Abide the Return lore card drives me insane, because on the one hand, I love it. On the other hand, that should have been in dialogue in the game. Because when you go through Destiny 1, Zavala is so down on the reef. Like, he has idle dialogue lines where he's just sassing about Mara. There's one where he says something like, the Queen has requested 100 Guardians to help secure the reef. I can spare 5. You know, he's just really like, Mara, bleh. But then you get to Abide the Return, and he's like, the Vanguard stands with the reef. Like, that is a 180. That is such a massive sea change in his character, and we should have seen that happen in the game.
Yeah.
And, like, I suspect maybe he was meant to have played a bigger part in Forsaken, because in is it the refusal card, where he's speaking to Petra? And Petra says, you have forsaken your people. Like, I think Zavala's relationship with his people, in quotes, should have been explored a lot more. I think it could have been explored a lot more, and I'm slightly disappointed they didn't do that, you know, because you had, like, the Warlock expansion with Osiris. I think Cage should have played a part in Warmind, because that's like that was the first kind of Clovis Bray expansion. And I think Zavala should have played a bigger part in Forsaken, because that was the big Awoken expansion, and he's just there being grumpy about us going off to the reef.
Yeah, I mean, like, even, I'm just thinking about it, like, even, there could have been a way to do this badly, but even having Zavala communicate it with us as we're hunting down the Scorn Barons, and this is a very simple, like, this is not the idea that should have gone through, but something in this direction. Even having him message us and be like, you know what I'm dealing with while you're doing that? You know what gaps are happening in our defenses because you're taking your own, you know, path forward? You think I don't have these same wishes, Guardian? I'm not trapped behind this desk. I choose to stay here to help people. You know, like, there could have been a way to do it. Maybe it would have, you know, all the Edgelord Guardians would have been pretty, and players would have been already pushed even further. But yeah, I feel that, I always feel this, but I feel that on the topic of, like, the Awoken and moving into Witch Queen, the identity of Guardians is very flimsy. And I feel like what that does, unfortunately, is it lends itself to every enemy faction presenting themselves to us like they're our new dad. And we're just like, yeah, sure, you got guns, I'll go there. And I just wish that, like, that there was a bit more. I mean, we got a little bit of that with Season of the Splicer, where we're protecting the Elixni and we're protecting, you know, by third party, the last city. But I just, it would be nice to have that. And on Zavala's case, not only to have him as the classic, like, you know, do the right thing, you know, fight for the city, but yeah, to show that growth, to show him getting more involved, like the way that he got involved in Season of the Chosen, where he was like, he really understood Kyodl's position, and he kind of understood how to play that political game of how do I not do what she says, but how do I play within her rules and yet still stand firm, but also cultivate this kind of partnership? Ritual combat. Well, good. I have some homicidal guardians who will fit right in here, and that will minimize the fallout to the battlegrounds rather than everywhere else. I mean, that was great, and I would love to see more. It's fine. I've said this before. It's fine to have Zavala with his head a little bit in the past. It's fine to have that, and to have characters like Osiris with his head a little bit in the future. Too far. Both of them are too far on the spectrum, and for the Guardian to kind of play the middle. That's fine, but it would be good to see Zavala remind us why we're Guardians, and to occasionally grow and question, like, like, what is she doing with that? That's, and can we use that to our own benefit? I think the reason I bring this up on an Awoken lore panel is that I feel like it's very easy. We all know with this, community TM, how they feel about Marasov and how they feel about the Awoken in general. And it's kind of rough, because before Season of the Lost, as people who are interested in the lore, it's often very funny, because I say funny, but it's madly frustrating, where people are like, oh man, this character's cool, and you're like, that character's like a serial killer. This character's really neat. That character believes that everyone below them should die. And I just feel like I'm glad for Season of the Lost, where we're getting into that more, and characters are starting to question that. And I always wish that we got a more firm connection to guardianship, to being guardians, so that we weren't always pulled in all these different directions by these other factions. We can play off of them, sure. We can consider ourselves foils against them, but to not have a good, strong grasp of our own kind of base philosophy, and then to get for lore casual people to get really kind of pulled around by what's on the surface, it's a bit tough.
It's a lack of player agency, and not necessarily in like a bad way, because obviously we get, we have the narrative and we have the story presented to us, and we care about the characters, the way people react to Crow, and how much we love Zavala and stuff like that is evident of that. But I often think about so back before Destiny 2 launched, there was a rumor that went around, and I don't know, and sometimes I feel like it was a fever dream, because I could have sworn that Bife uploaded a video talking about like, oh, we're gonna get character narration options, basically like a BioWare game.
Like a conversation wheel.
Basically, yeah, we were gonna get a conversation wheel. I remember him uploading a video about it, and I remember reading an article about it, and then obviously Destiny 2 came out and that didn't happen. And I remember going back to find those things and being like, wait a minute, but everyone said, and then they were gone. The thumbnail was different on Bife's video, and the article I just couldn't find. So that's the thing. I was like, was this a fever dream? Did I just like?
I remember. No, I think you're right. I remember somebody talking about a conversation wheel. I do remember that as well. I don't think it's just you.
I'm glad. I'm really glad.
Thing he got wrong. He got something fundamentally wrong, didn't he? Like, so badly wrong that it almost wiped him out. And then he changed it. And I wonder if that was it. Because I didn't follow him at the time he got it wrong, but I know at some point Bife got something so badly like. Well,
I do remember him. I do remember him describing Ariana and Wei Ning as very dear friends. Now it's just.
Yeah.
Pals being pals.
No. Yikes and gay. Oh god. Close friends.
Dear friends. Gals being pals.
Dear friends.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they were friends, but they were also partners, let's be honest.
Yes.
Friendship was part of the deal.
Yeah.
Let's
It's fine.
over the rest of it. It was what it was. They were in a relationship. I still don't understand it. My favorite argument recently was somebody was basically having a go at somebody because this person didn't like, gay relationships, and they're like, but you're all right with Osiris and Saint then, because you haven't said you love Saint, and they were like, and the argument against it was, it's like, yeah, it's all right though, because Saint's a robot. It's like, how does that change anything? It's like, it doesn't change the relationship. He's still a man, and he still views himself as a man. So
okay.
And it was like, and this guy just got killed. Like, everyone was leaping on him. It was awesome.
Good.
It was just like everyone ripped him down. But it was like, is that how you're justifying this to yourself? Is that like Bungie officially make go like, no, it definitely is. It's a gay relationship. They're together in every sense of the word.
There was
And
a
that's your
really
defense.
Yeah, there was a really similar thing that happened with Mass Effect 1 when that came out. People tried to argue that a female Shepard wouldn't be gay because Liara is an alien.
Yeah, same argument.
Yeah. I think if a woman hooked up with someone who looked like Liara, she might have some homosexual tendencies, you know, just throwing that out there.
Yeah. I mean,
it's such a weird loophole to go for.
Yeah, there's a number of really interesting threads to move on. I'm going to try to remember them all as we go forward. So on the topic of character wheel, dialogue wheel, stuff like that. So I've talked about this a number of times on Twitter and all my platforms really, that I do wish that we had a little bit more agency in the game. I ultimately believe that because of the nature of the game, it's going to be a railroad. Like we're all going to follow the one main story forward, right? We can't do Mass Effect where your story is fundamentally different from mine, because we all have to. They're not going to make like different instances where, oops, I got Petra killed, or oops, you didn't. You know, like I don't think that's the nature of this game, but I do think that there's room to have more choice in how we react or how we interact. And I've talked about that, like a dialogue wheel where the plot continues moving forward, but we put ourselves in it differently. Maybe I put myself in as a very like kind of, I don't know, earnest lawful good, and maybe some other people put themselves in as a snarky sarcastic, or you know, or really jokey, you know, kind of jokey, manipulative, like drifter sort of deal. And I'm wondering, like, from the panel, I mean, Six and I have talked about this a lot, so Six, I'm probably going to let you go last if you don't mind, but I'm just wondering, like, what kinds of, when you talk about player agency, what are you hoping for, or what would you think is needed to kind of develop that further?
So, like, you saying we can't have a Mass Effect, we can't have a Dragon Age, I completely agree with that, because that would require basically a complete upheaval of the game. They could only do that with like a Destiny 3, which I don't think they would do, and I don't think they should do. But if we're going to use like another example of like how to change the narrative just slightly but still end up in the same place, you could look at something like Telltale. Obviously, it's still a very, very different game type. But I remember seeing something, and this was way, way back, where someone was basically arguing that Telltale wasn't successful because you never changed the story tons, you always ended up in the same place. And someone else said, well, that is the point. The point is that you play the story in your own way, but you always end up in the same place.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know if anyone here has played The Wolf Among Us?
I've played The Walking Dead once.
I played The Wolf Among Us, yeah. That was the only Telltale that I've played, actually.
Bad, because it's my favorite one anyway. So, but yeah, with The Walking Dead as well, like you could still argue with that one too. But I remember someone saying that the person who wrote The Wolf Among Us, because it's based on a comic series, the person who wrote it, the person who created it, when he played it, he picked a lot of the options that he felt were most in character for Bigby. Whereas, you know, us playing the game, if we didn't know him that well as a character, we would play what we think he would do, and he would obviously take like a different route. I know that Jonathan Toh, who I don't know if he still works at Bungie, I think he does. He's largely responsible for the Drifters' creation, and he wrote The Man with No Name. He talked about the Vanguard versus Drifter quest being basically a big experiment, and obviously it went over very, very well, but I want to see them do that kind of stuff again, because I think that you could absolutely implement into Destiny, again, ending up at the same endpoint for all of the players, like having a B, C, D of like plot, but having the branches go off and connect from A to B in different ways depending on what you choose to do.
You can't see it, but I'm like literally like doing finger guns into the air, because I've talked just to jump in for a quick second. I've talked about this a lot. The Allegiance quest was not a fork in the road; it was a spoon. That's how I describe it. You choose left or you choose right. You go in a completely different direction, but you end up in the same place. That's the point. You're moving around the spoon to discover and interact with the universe in your own particular way, and you end up still moving the plot forward. If you chose to side with the Vanguard, you learned that what the Drifters' true plans were, and maybe you learned not to be so suspicious of someone, but also you're still kind of half right about Drifter's still shifty, but he's not evil. If you side with the Drifter, you might learn that, again, you might learn you're going to learn what his true plans are, and maybe you learn like, okay, he's seen some things that has led him down this road. Maybe the Vanguard needs to kind of learn to open their dogma up a little bit. So yeah, I completely agree that I think there's a lot of room for that. And I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I'm very excited about that idea of these. Yeah.
No, like I completely agree. A big example that I think of is if we're going back to like Shira and her being killed by the Nine. If she does come back and she says, to everyone, because the Nine for me are definitely a chaotic neutral force. They want us on their side per se, I suppose, or they want to like show us things. They're very open to us basically, but they've never necessarily like asked us to do anything or anything like that. But they're very just kind of like, okay, we're good, like we think you're great, that's fine, that's whatever. But if Shira were to come back and say, I've returned and the Nine are the ones that killed me, you can't side with them, you can't trust them, that could present an interesting option for the Guardian. Because if you don't like Mara, if you don't trust her, and you feel like the Nine had good reason for doing whatever they do, or maybe you're like me and you just like the Nine more because aesthetically they're very pleasing and very interesting, you could side with them. And obviously Mara's going to get pissed about that and do what she does. But if you side with Mara, then you get to learn more about the Nine because they'll retaliate in the only way that they know that they know the Guardians will respond to, which is violence. So you could absolutely create those little moments, but still at the end up in the same place wherever the story ends up being.
Yeah, and the way that I would see this happening is either that your choice is short-lived, or that the choice doesn't... Like, with the choice between the Drifter and the Vanguard, it wasn't like, well, I completely forsake the Vanguard, I'm now siding with the Drifter. It's, I'm taking his side in the argument. Zavala's going to frown at me, no difference there, and Drifter's going to, like, call me his friend. Or the other way, where Drifter calls you a snitch. And some people have said, well, I don't feel the consequences of that very much. It feels like it was all for nothing. And I've turned around and said, okay, but I feel like the point there was more, who are you going to support? Not, like, it's, people always say, like, choose a side, and they want to see a Destiny where, like, you can completely break alliances. And it's like, no, that's not how things go. Do you choose to hang out with Shax, or do you choose to hang out with Saint? And depending on who you hang out with, when you go near the other one, do they tease you about that fact? Right? And that's like a childish... Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, because really quickly, Zavala has idle dialogue about that. Like, if you chose the Drifter, he still today will turn around to you and say, I'm struggling to understand how you chose the Drifter Guardian. So you still do get those moments.
Yeah, and I personally feel that is what those choices would be about in the long run, right? If you, in Destiny 1, Shax would give you a nickname based on the latest campaign you beat or raid you completed. Like, not like in the storyline. So he'd call you, like, Crota's Bane or Hive Bane or whatever. He'd give you a different name. And characters call you, by your class all the time. And in the Dreaming City, they'll call you, like, cousin if you're an Awoken. But you could have more opportunities for that. And this is a small stakes kind of living world sort of idea where if you spend all of your time in the Crucible, then other characters should make a point of saying that. Like, Zavala could be like, I haven't seen you in forever, Guardian. And maybe you get more rewards from Shax in that case, like more XP or whatever. Or maybe once in a while, the other, like, Drifter might go, hey, I haven't seen you. Like, come on down and do some Gambit. And that's the reason we'll get Triple Infamy, is that he's trying to, like, win you back. And there could be dialogue on that front. It's it's about creating your story in the game. Just like you have armor that can show off what you look like, and you can get certain triumphs and titles and things like that. Having the ability to react in the game, to choose different sides to support, like the factions in Destiny 1, that could open up opportunities, not only like mechanical ones where you get different information, you get different lore, you get different maybe if you side with a certain faction, you just collect more planetary resources faster or something, whatever. But like on a narrative front, yeah, you know, the way I play Destiny is very different from the way you do and the way anybody else does. And, you know, I would love to play Destiny where I go down to see Drifter, and because of all the like little dialogue wheel choices I've taken, he thinks I'm like Zavala's pet, and he treats me like that. He thinks I'm too serious, and then maybe I can make a joke every once in a while to surprise him, right? Choose that dialogue option of a little snappy retort, and him go, "Oh, the Guardian has teeth, you know? All right, get in there," or whatever, right? Like that would be great. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. But I really, and then that's on the day to day. When we're talking about other stuff, yeah, when a character comes back, and that's the trouble too, is that like if Shira comes back and we side with the 9 or we don't, I don't think we can get to a point where our choices are so big that they would diverge the story. It's just I think the way it would go is that it would cause you could do something like this. What if you did something like an allegiance quest, and if over 50% of the Guardians chose the 9, maybe the Awoken is like Mara is kind of pissed with us or something, and she's like, yeah.
I think if they were going to do another allegiance quest similar to that, I think they would have to make some changes, because I think a big problem with the allegiance quest was one side was a fully rendered, realized character voiced in-game. The other character was buried away in text.
Yeah, that's a fair point, because it wasn't
so I think if they were going to do it, I think both sides would have to be in-game.
Yeah, it wasn't necessarily like Vanguard. Like that was something that kind of, I don't want to say frustrated, but I was kind of like, oh, what's the point? Because it was Vanguard, it was advertised, quote unquote, as Vanguard versus Drifter, but it definitely wasn't Vanguard versus Drifter. It was Honor versus Drifter.
Yeah.
Yep.
And even Honor isn't 1-to-1 like lining up with what the Vanguard wants.
Nope.
Yeah, that was
they were telling. I mean, they were telling her, you know, rein it in. We want the Drifter to carry on.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was Drifter versus Honor. It wasn't, you know, Drifter versus Vanguard. And the problem with Honor was I don't think she got a fair shake, because she was, like I said, buried in text.
Yeah.
When Drifter, we know Drifter. He's there. He's in the tower in his shady little hallway. Probably smelled really bad.
Yeah, and also,
you know, you can actually, she's more tangible.
And no wonder people sided with him. I mean, he's cool. He's funny. Like, he's real.
Literally, as I described him, though, isn't he, Kaz? He's the crazy uncle that at the family parties, your mum and dad go, if he offers you a drink, you do not take it. No matter what he tells you, you don't take it. Like, he's that dude. Because that dude's like, I bet he's got some tales. And you know, some of your older cousins and that are going, oh, I've had a drink. You should get the drink off him. You should get the drink. Oh, it's amazing. Like, it's when you see Drifter in full swing, that's who he is. He's that guy that doesn't really want to necessarily do you harm, but he's probably going to put you in a bad place and then laugh about it after.
You wake up in Zavala's office with a traffic cone on your head.
Yeah,
exactly.
Zavala's like, Guardian, how did you get here? And you're like,
Yeah, Zavala's like, do you want to explain these photocopies? Because you know, like, I'll give you the chance. Like, you've got that character. You've got the guy that you know if you went on a night out with, it's going to be the most amazing night of your life. You're not going to remember it, but it's going to be, the flashbacks are going to be incredible. Or you've got what is effectively a weighty tome. You go with the crazy guy that gives you the flashbacks of an amazing time.
Yeah.
It kind of...
Well, and that's that just feeds into the point I was making earlier, is that I just feel like the Vanguard, specifically Zavala's position, it's not well shown. Like, we've talked about this a lot. Six and I have talked about this. SheBear and Jade, have you guys seen Fringe? The television show Fringe?
Oh, yes.
Oh, it rings bells. I'm sure when you start talking about it, I'll be like, oh, yeah.
Yeah. So Fringe was a kind of like, well, it was all about fringe science. It was a TV show where a branch of the FBI was working with basically a mad scientist played by John Noble, who plays Denethor in The Lord of the Rings. And the whole idea is that he's doing crazy stuff, or he did back in like the 60s and 70s. And essentially they follow a lot of these leads, and there are different organizations trying to use fringe science to do really bad things. And
Yes.
Lance Reddick plays like the CIA, like the leader of the FBI, like in this department. And he's essentially the boss of the main character. And she's by the book pretty much, but she often goes off on these kind of adventures because she's trusting her team, or where the leads take her. And there's always these little conversations that they have where she's so worried that he's going to be not proud of her, and he does give her crap. It's like, you know how much trouble like you're in, you know how much like I've had to pull to keep the FBI from closing this department
Lance
down.
Reddick is just so good at this type of character, though. That's his niche. He's so good at it.
So good. And then she's like, I understand, I'm sorry, it blah blah blah, but also like it had to be done because of this. And then as she goes to leave the office, he goes, well done. And there's that little acknowledgement that it's like, look, I gotta ride the line here. I gotta protect you from the hires up, but also I agree with you and I support you. And I feel like we need more of that from the Vanguard. We get a little bit of that from Ikora every now and again, and a little bit from Zavala every now and again. But I do feel like we should get more of that. And I don't want to make this a Zavala show. I'll have a different like podcast some other time to talk about that. But like, SheBear leaves the channel because she's disappointed. Yeah,
I don't know.
I genuinely think that the character of Zavala should be played like Agent Price.
Yeah.
Because the main thing about his character is it is everything that you said, but it's also the fact he knows things that she doesn't know. He's given her the information needed to do the job at hand, but he's always got that bit behind him that she doesn't know about, and he can't tell her.
Mm-hmm.
But he's trying, like Zavala, the character. If he was played that way, more people would be behind him because they would understand it more.
Yeah, I mean,
at the minute, you just don't see that from him.
Well, that's what I liked about the Secret Intelligence lore book, where we got all these like mission reports that told us about a bunch of stuff we didn't really know. I really liked that because it shows that what the Vanguard was doing. Like, look, you think you're, you think you're this super god because you're doing all these Grandmaster strikes all the time. Cool. But the Vanguard is coordinating research and military and strategic efforts across the board. So, yeah, I would love to see that a little bit more, that the Vanguard knows stuff that they're not always telling us, not because of out of secrecy, but because that's just how it works. We don't need to know, or the information isn't reliable enough yet to put in the hands of the, of the hammer that we are. I think I've bored our guests.
Oh no!
No. I was just thinking, like, if you wanted to do like demonstrate what Zavala deals with, you could have like a little mini game or an ARG where it's like in the format of Papers, Please, where it's like a day in the life of the Vanguard, and you're trying to spin all these plates and do all these things and stay on top of it. And that's basically, there is hints in the lore that is basically what Zavala's day-to-day is. It's just nose to the grindstone constantly.
Oh, man,
and his ghost has to tell him to stop and go to bed.
Could you imagine, like, so much work, so little payoff, like, for monetarily wise? Could you imagine something like that, where it's like, either you could imagine the setup in a number of ways. Either Zavala goes off to do something, and he's like left you to take care of a certain amount of Vanguard duties, or Ikora like literally drags him out of the office for a vacation or something, and you have to go and you have to do stuff like that. And it's like, I don't know how you would do it in this game, but it would be amazing. It would be amazing to do something like that to show, okay, yeah, he's standing there at the edge of the pillar all day looking at this last city, but he's actually doing a lot. I don't know how you do that.
He doesn't just stand on the balcony of sadness all day. He does actually work.
Yeah.
The setup for it would be that the Guardian goes out and just does something so reckless and so stupid, and then has a massive fight with Zavala about it. That Zavala just goes, do you know what? Fine, you're now doing my job. You're head of the Vanguard, and walks out the office. And that's the setup. Like the Guardian's like, I'm what now?
Could you imagine, in a more in a really practical standpoint though? Could you imagine having some kind of story mission in the middle of a season or the beginning of a season where we cause a whole bunch of collateral damage in either, probably not the last city, because why would we ever go there? I'm not grumpy. But maybe even in the Dreaming City. And Zavala calls you and he's like, do you know how much glimmer it's going to cost? Those are millennia old structures that you just crashed through. The Queen didn't give you jurisdiction to do that. Certainly didn't give you jurisdiction. And he does the classic I'm going to need your badge on my desk or whatever. And then you have some kind of quest where you have to go out and make reparations. You have to collect a bunch of berry and bow to rebuild the efforts. You have to dump a bunch of glimmer in. And I don't know what the reward would be at the end of that, because all players need some kind of loot incentive at the end. But that would be a kind of interesting way of spinning the story so that we start to see some of the effort of what the Vanguard does and has to put up with.
I like those ideas a lot. I also like the idea that you snuck into Zavala's office, accidentally dropped a stitch in the knitting that he was doing, and it's his last straw. It's the final thing. It's so innocuous, but he's like, I've been working on this scarf for 5 years.
You gave the wool to the cat, and the cat just made off with it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, you broke his Shaxercise tip. Oh, I'm so mad.
Yeah.
I couldn't do it to him.
Yeah, you'd be forever. Your game would not move forward because it would be
it would be stuck.
Hold X to undo the knitting or something, and you just uninstall or something.
Just press X to hug Zavala. Oh dear.
Yeah, I think that would be. I think so. I've often said this, and I wonder if you and chat agree with me. I feel like Bungie, specifically as it pertains to Destiny, I feel like Bungie is a AAA company that thinks or moves like an independent company, like an indie company. And what my point is there is that I understand why things are so slow or so laborious or so difficult to add or change. I mean, I remember hearing rumors in Destiny 1 that the engine they had was so inefficient that to move a single block in render took hours. And maybe it's just my massive bias and love for this universe, but I feel like this game could do, this franchise could have so many more things, and yet we don't. Because as big of a company as they are, they're not big enough, or the engine is too slow, or they don't have the money to do it. And I'm wondering if you agree with that, because my point is, people have talked about a Destiny TV show. I could totally see I've never played Papers, Please, but I get the point. I could see something like that in the game. I've joked about turning the farm into Farmville, where you could farm for resources and things like this. I feel like this game could spawn a whole bunch of other stuff that's either directly in the game, or it's another app, or it's another thing, or and it's tangentially related to or even we have the Grimoire books, but we could have actual serialized novels or something that take place in the lore and things like that. So I'm wondering, do you think? I don't know. What do you think about that? Would you want Bungie to keep going with that, or do you think they would kind of too many loose threads? Chat, same question to you. What do you think?
I mean, I think that they were talking about some kind of multimedia work, and after seeing how successful Arcane has been, I think that's definitely something they should look into, because Arcane was fantastic. Like, I knew nothing
Arcane
about
was
League.
amazing.
I knew nothing about League of Legends going into it, and it was probably my second favorite show of last year. I did absolutely brilliant. It was so well done.
I had the exact same reaction. Like, League was always the meme game to me. I didn't really know a lot about it, but that show is really, really good. I know that isn't there a Halo show coming out, or is it already out? I don't know.
Was Spielberg producing that? Did I hear something about that?
Yeah, I've heard the rumors that there's going to be some sort of live action Halo thing. Whether it's that, what I don't know is whether or not it's based on the Master Chief or if it's based on the world and there'll be somebody else. Because that'll be the thing that makes or breaks that show.
Mm-hmm.
I think part of the problem with Destiny, with Bungie doing it, is it'll be down to IP and how much of the IP they're willing to share.
Mm-hmm.
Because let's be honest, after Activision, they are not gonna want to see their baby dragged backwards.
Yeah.
And I mean, Activision, if they'd have stayed with Activision, we wouldn't be having this conversation now. Because Destiny really would be a dead game. Because all Activision cared about was making the money out of it and dragging everything out as much as possible. Like, it's only in the last sort of these last few seasons since Beyond Light where we've really seen that this is all Bungie now. There's no Activision content left. There's none of the old Activision stuff left. It's all them, and it's absolutely amazing. So I think they probably want to. I just think it's a case of we tried it once and look what nearly happened. Do we want to do it again? Is it worth the risk?
Because I don't know a lot about the development of Arcane. I mean, I think you're completely right, because as far as I know, Arcane was not a labor of love, but it was definitely something that Riot spent a really long time on, or whoever Riot were working with spent a really, really long time making that show, because they wanted to get it right and make sure that it was amazing. And I would want Bungie to put that same kind of time and effort into a show, but I mean, and I would also personally like it to be animated. I'm sure, like, a lot of people talk about the live action trailers. Yeah, a lot of people talk about the live action trailers and how cool they are, and I do think the live action trailers are really cool. But I just think that they could do more with it being animated, and it would retain that fantasy aspect of the universe while still keeping it rooted in something more sci-fi.
Just have live action stuff every now and again if you want. Like, important moments, or you can set up like a cool battle, like, you know, like the live action trailers or whatever. I mean, Destiny's a video game. It's already animated. Like, you know, I don't care. Like, I don't need Lance Reddick in like blue face. I need Zavala. Like, and I think you could get away with that just fine. Anybody who thinks differently,
I think you could probably make a better looking show if it was animated for the same budget than it would.
And then
live action's different. It's harder to do convincingly, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you got to make real sets. Like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, even with the Disney technology they're using for Mandalorian and stuff, there's a limit to what you can do, like, in live action. And Destiny's whole thing is you are a reborn, basically, space magician. And that lends itself to animation, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's just it would be the perfect format.
And the live action trailers are so good because we rarely see Destiny in live action. So just have the show animated, and then either when somebody's fighting something and it's important, or we meet a new character introduction, or when there's like a conversation when the helmets come off and it's like, you really screwed up, Guardian, or whoever. Then have it cut to a little cutscene that's live action. You could do that, and keep that coherence.
Just do the season previews as live actions to buy everybody in. Because the other problem is, like, I love Lance. I think he's amazing. He's a fantastic actor. if you dressed him up like Zavala, it would annoy me because he's not going to look right. And I know that sounds stupid because he technically is Zavala, but it wouldn't look. He wouldn't look like Zavala, and it would annoy me. And
yeah, he would look like Lance Reddick in costume. Yeah.
The devil's in the details, and the details would be wrong.
Yeah, and this game's got so many unique characters that if they didn't look exactly right, they're caught to the fundament of it. You'd just be like, yeah, it's just like that's the other side of live action, isn't it? Is these characters are so well developed in this game that no actor could live up to it. It would have to be animated to do it. But I would love to. I would love to see a series. Do animated movies. Do animated series. I'm gonna buy them anyway.
Because you could do like little snapshots of certain times. You could do Dark Ages. You could do pre-collapse. You could do when the walls were being built. You could do like episodes. Like it wouldn't even need to be like a whole narrative. It could be stories contained in these certain areas that just shed a little bit more light on the world. I think that, I mean, to take it a little bit off topic, I think that novelization, like I am, like when they announced that they were like doing other media, I'm waiting for a Destiny novel to be announced because I really think that if they have the same people writing those books that write the lore books, there are so many lore books that are just fantastically written stories. I would love to read. I will read page to page 7 times any story about Drifter or Shin Malfa or Dredge and Yor. Like, just give it to me. I will write it myself, please.
Could you imagine like an Arcane style animation of the Shin Malfa story, like the whole thing from start to finish? Like,
oh god! Oh, give it to me, please.
For the Zavala fans in the chat, what about the Battle of Six Fronts? Like, there is so much that you could do in this like animated movies that wouldn't even need to focus on the bit of Destiny that we play.
Oh man,
there's a wealth of material to draw on. There's so much you could do.
I don't remember. I don't remember how alerted to the Battle of Six Fronts the tower, like the city, was before it happened. But imagine like a season of a show of them knowing a threat is coming, but they're not sure where, when, or how. And it's all preparing for that classic television show, 1 or 2 final episodes that are just fighting for 90 minutes or whatever.
I mean, I don't know about Six Fronts, but definitely with Twilight Gap, they knew it was coming. Because there's a bit in the comics where Andal is getting a report from Cade, and he's like, yeah, the Fallen are up to something. There's something coming. Where is Osiris? I don't know.
Yeah, Andal's like, I have a scout out in the field who I trust. Correction, I have a scout out in the field. Correction, it's Cade, and this is what he said.
Yeah, I like, and
if they did that, would be amazing. And I would snap it up every time.
Okay, for the last couple of years, I've been playing a lot of Destiny, and it's actually something where I'm like, I should play more and different games. There's a lot of games out there I haven't played, like the Mass Effect series, the Dragon Age, and I want to play them more, and I'm working on that on stream. But and I always go on about how massive Destiny's lore is, but is it really that much bigger than other games? Because like as you guys are talking, I'm like, there's just so many stories that they could tell. They could make like 20 seasons of that show, and only talking about lore in the far past, like far enough back that it's not gonna bother any player character. Because it does.
I've said this before. I think the lore of Destiny. I think this is why I like the lore of Destiny so much. Is it really reminds me of Tolkien in that it is little snippets that tell big stories, but you get a lot of surface. You don't get a lot of depth. For reference, in the Silmarillion, the entire story of Lord of the Rings is told within the Silmarillion, and it's about 20 pages. There's so many stories in there, and I think Destiny is very like that. You get a lot of surface, but if you went into depth, you could get like an entire season out of just like one little lore snippet, I think.
Oh yeah. Absolutely. I mean, especially like as someone who goes into the lore, it's I mean, how many times have you read like a single not even important like lore entry and you're like, that means this, that implies this, like, and it, and that's a tricky thing about the lore, is that it connects in ways that you don't
Yeah. They're very good at using like word repetition for that. Like every time I saw references to a game in the Volume 4, in the Maracena, I was like, "Whoop! The unveiling lore book."
Yeah.
You know, there's all these little threads you can tie together.
Yeah, because I just feel that. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry.
It wouldn't. The thing is, it wouldn't even necessarily need to be tied to the past. Like the past of it, though, there are ways that you could still reference the current world of Destiny and still not involve the Guardian.
Yeah, just involve other Guardians.
Could you no, not even that. What if they showed the story of the Fallen, of House Light?
Mm-hmm.
What if it was that story for like the progression of this is where Fibro does my heading because I've now just forgot his name.
Mithrax.
Mithrax, yeah.
Mithrax, like, the Wonder Years.
Yeah, exactly. Like, where did Mithrax come from? What was his past? How did he get to where he's got? Like that, you could do a season on that, and it would be a great season.
Well, and then how he's
story.
Yeah, like how he and his people are dealing with the last city, right? Dealing with all the prejudice, and you have some of them eating the ramen. The exchange with Drifter in the ramen, like in, I don't know if it was a ramen shop or where the heck it was, but
in like a bar or something.
Yeah, that alone would be one of those moments that people would be quoting for a long time. You know, like I don't normally swear on stream, and I see if I can get around it. But in Game of Thrones, when the Hound goes into that basically hut, and he's like, "I'm gonna eat every last chicken in this room," you know, like that, like moments like that, would really surprise people. And the thing with this game, like the lore of this game is always interesting to me because the genres are all over the place, but they all work. Like you can have Western, you can have romance, comedy, horror, sci-fi, fantasy. Like it's just amazing to me how diverse it can be, and yet all still work. You can have stories that are about the neon cyberpunk simulation, post singularity simulation future, and then you can turn around and be like, and these people live in horrible huts and are worried about the Elixni coming in or whatever. Like you can totally jump all over the place with that. And as like, I'm not a creator in that sense, but that would be so exciting to be able to work on a show. I kind of imagine it's how the people who work on American Horror Story must feel. Because it's like this season, you're all in a psychiatric hospital. This season, all the same actors are now completely different characters or whatever.
Lady Gaga's here.
Yeah. Apparently the witch is Stevie Nicks. But like, I feel like that would be a really cool thing if they were able to. Yeah, there's a lot of ifs there. If they were able to find a team that they could trust with the IP, and that team was like they knowledgeable about it, but also talented in whatever they were doing. Yeah, I think like just having the ability to write stories that are across so many different genres like that would make for a really exciting show, I think.
Well, if you think about it, a lot of DLC, a lot of content, a lot of seasons have been a blending of stuff. The biggest example I can think of at the top of my head is Rise of Iron. You've got that nostalgic medieval knight kind of aesthetic with Saladin and the Iron Lords and everything going on over there, but then you've got Siva and going down into that Rasputin bunker and it being a lot more futuristic. I've always felt like Bungie have very specifically put to whether it's enemy factions or just history types together that shouldn't work, but they end up working. Like with Season of the Drifter, again, it was Drifter and Drifter's Past and Gambit, and that all being very cowboy-esque and rustic and very based in the past. But then you've got the Nine, who are literally like a very futuristic, very mysterious, very lots of angles and stuff like that. But it works. It absolutely works. They thread the aesthetics and the narrative together so wonderfully.
Yeah, well, I mean, Forsaken is the classic example, right? It's Forsaken. Like you look at the concept art for it, it's cowboy. Like like honestly, take the Arthur meme where he's got his hand at his side and he's angry, but instead make that like a Hunter Guardian or something.
Guardian.
Yeah, like that's for Forsaken. And then halfway through Forsaken. Sorry, go ahead.
So if you listen to the soundtrack in isolation, it's really jarring because it starts off, it's all like cowboy, dun 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 dun, all dotty rhythms and accented strings, and then suddenly it takes a left turn into Lord of the Rings in space. So it's all these like ethereal choirs and modal music, and it's all legato and.
Yeah, that's what so I got that playing in the background of this panel. Actually, that's what the stream has been listening to, and yeah, it's that's what I mean. Like the path clears, and you are on the dreaming city, and it's like, yeah, it's Lord of the Rings and elves and all this stuff. And it's like 5 minutes ago I was in the barren wastes chasing baddies on a classic Western story of revenge. So yeah, I agree that they are very good at being able to put those different genres together. And I think that would make for some really interesting and exciting TV or I don't know, books or other kinds of media. But I agree that yeah, they would. There's a lot they would have to do. They would have to find a team that's. I mean, look at the probably the most well put together group of people who know the lore might be the lore content creators, but I wouldn't trust most of us to make a show, myself included. Like I'm better at analysis rather than production. So
writing is hard.
Yeah, and critiquing is in a way easy. Like, but. Yeah, I don't know. I do hope and wish that Bungie could find a way to move forward with that, because I really feel like this universe is expansive enough that there's a lot of direction you could take it.
I completely agree, but also, Bungie, let me write your show. I will just make it cowboys, and it will be great.
I'm just like, give me Hawthorne. I want her back. I miss her.
Oh,
when
man.
will she return from the war?
Louis got fixed, and she was like, right, I don't need anything else.
Oh.
Yeah. Well.
I wonder if she was a casualty of the turmoil in the narrative team that we've heard about recently. I do wonder if that was the case.
I think so. I mean, it does certainly feel like a character that really just got left behind. Oh damn. Okay. Sorry, I was doing something in the game and it just died. All right. There was a point I was going to make on that. Well, again, I don't want to go too far in this direction, but I really feel like that Hawthorne is the representative between the city and the Vanguard. And,
yeah, she's the bridge.
And because she's never developed, that relationship is never developed. And that just goes back to my point of we don't ever really get like a lot about the city and about who we're fighting for and stuff like that. And I really, really wish that would move forward. We had the Hollow Words fusion rifle. It has from Season of Arrivals, has this lore conversation. Presumably probably the last time the consensus met, where all of them are arguing about how to do stuff. And I like that page because it shows Zavala like playing the political game, where he's like, I got to keep these people happy, I got to keep these moving, but I got to also allocate resources. And Ikora's calling him out for being a little too. I don't know, like capitulating too much, and he's like, it's fine. I gotta make them move forward somehow, then the factions left, and I mean that.
There's the Concordat. I want them to do something with the Concordat because they've talked about it. Lysander's still out there, so if they were gonna, tie up that thread or tug on that thread and do something with it, I think Hawthorne should be involved in that, because if they're out there outside the city in the wilds, Hawthorne is the ideal point of reference. She's the character to take point on that, I think.
So then
it does feel like sorry, go on.
No, you go ahead.
It does feel like them getting rid of the factions was because I don't know if anyone else felt like it was a little bit jarring at the end of Season of the Splicer, where Lakshmi died, and you were like, oh, rip, Lakshmi's dead. Anyway, but then you turned around and you were like, oh, but wait, all the factions are gone now? Wait a minute.
It was a bit Poochie died on the way back to his home planet.
Yeah, definitely that. And so I mean, I hold hope that is because it's because they're doing something with the Concordat or with the consensus or something like that. I feel like there is a Vanguard switch up on the horizon. I know people have talked about Crow becoming the Hunter Vanguard like to death, but I feel like there is some kind of Vanguard hierarchy switch up coming. And I feel like there was a law, something that I read, or maybe it was a theory about, or maybe Ikora at one point mentioned the Vanguard. Or was it? No, it was during Season of the Splicer. Sorry, coming to my own conclusions. It was during Season of the Splicer, someone mentioned something about the Vanguard should step down, and that was what they were all planning behind the Vanguard's back. They were trying to get people on board so that the factions could basically take over. Yeah. But they've been hinting at the Vanguard fracturing in some way for quite a while now.
Yeah. I mean, so to frame that, I've said for a while that the future of our story is either or a combination of these two trends, outward or inward. And outward is what we always do. It's we face threats out there. Big threats, we go and explore places out there, but I've been hoping for more what I call inward. Inward is, we explore more of the last city and the relationships there, or the last city gets completely flushed out, or something. Humanity is spread across villages, or or maybe in a positive light, we're colonizing our worlds again. I've been hoping that we would move in that direction because I just feel like, they've been warning about the fact, like about the Vanguard splitting for a long time, and it also kind of concerned me when Ikora's like, all the factions are gone, good riddance, and I'm like,
yeah,
okay.
I mean, the political situation in the city was always undercooked. We never really got much information on how it functions day to day. I mean, it's basically an oligarchy, but like now the oligarchs have gone.
Yeah.
The speaker's gone. Zavala's kind of stumbled into what he hates. He's become the de facto king of the city, and that's not ever what he wanted. That's another interesting parallel with Mara. Mara's always like, going to be the queen, going to get power, and Zavala's like, oh no, how did this happen?
And the thing
so
is,
I think some kind of partnership between like the Awoken, the Guardians, the people of the city, the Cabal, Keitel, it needs to be kind of like a round table. I think now that the consensus is gone, like, okay, just start again from the ground up.
Yeah, I've been hoping that with the allies we made this year, that we would move in that direction where we would see more Elixni and Cabal with humanity and with the Awoken there as well. Like I think, like we technically we have like an armistice with the Cabal, and we have a pure alliance with House Light. So the Cabal are kind of keeping their distance because of that. But I think we could see them in our city and with our people. And the Compass Rose shotgun lore tab talks about Ikora's idea to turn the Botsa district into some kind of like cultural center. And we've mentioned in the stream a few times, like, are the Elixni gonna move to a better place? Because they're really living in a crappy place right now. And there's some lore in the game as well about them, about clearing out parts of the city. They paint it as people are leaving their homes, like moving to different places because they don't want to live that close to the Elixni district. But I could see something happening where they give other buildings to the Elixni or build that up, and I'm all for that. I don't want to see a second collapse. I don't want to see like something happen where the last city is kicked out. I want to see us build up. I want to see us bring in these groups and build out. Why does Devrim K's church not have a door? Like, after all these years, how many materials?
Fix the wall.
Yeah, like I just
fix the wall.
Yeah. So, and I know that this is a problem of like development, But honestly, I feel like with the way the game has been, it's been going on for so many years now, and with the major directions that the story is taking, with like the light and the dark and Savathûn and everything else, I feel like enough's enough, and the time is now to start moving that forward. Where what are we doing with the city? What are we doing with these worlds that we have? Are they just gonna stay semi-abandoned forever, or are we gonna shake them up or build them up? I don't know.
Well, that was one of the few problems I had with last season. Was the district never changed. Like, not the slightest bit of change was made. It's still basically a refugee camp.
Yeah.
And there's various arguments that say, yeah, well, it still would be. But the one thing we know about the Fallen is that they can scavenge any piece of rubble and use it to make with their technology.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, there's no. Why didn't the by the end of the season, what I wanted to see, and it really disappointed me, was some of those burnt out buildings. I'm not saying rebuild them completely, but I wanted to see Elixni style repairs on the sides of them. Like, instead of a blown out wall, I wanted to see the Elixni curved buildings on the side of that wall. Like, there was no evidence that the Elixni had done anything, and it kind of. Well, it's a bugbear, Minecast, that there's little things that they could do because they know far enough in advance that they're doing this stuff, that these things are going to happen, that can be factored in. And it doesn't require a voice actor, it doesn't require an animation, It just requires a change in the scenery, in the texture mapping.
Yeah.
But it adds a feeling of a living city. It adds the feeling of what we're doing is making a difference. It's helping. Because at the minute, I don't. What have I actually done for the city? What's my guardian actually?
Well, it's like how many.
Anyone's life better, or has it made it worse?
How many times have we seen the article on like, oh look, I think there's construction stuff, scaffolding around the old tower. When are we getting the old tower back? Yeah, so a point that Six and I have brought up a few times on the stream is like, if you look at seasonal events, right, like the Dawning, the Festival of the Lost, we've kind of hoped that because Bungie knows that they're gonna, do those events year on year, we've kind of hoped that Bungie would take the opportunity to, like they've added more decorations and they changed things, but we've kind of hoped that they would do more, or change things up a little bit more, change the decorations up, etc. So that's kind of the point Six is making, is that like, if they were to do stuff like that a little bit more over time to show the growth and development of the world.
Well, it reminds me of Season of the Undying. The portal behind Ikora very slowly built more and more and more over those weeks. I think the idea of the Elixni quarter having like been built up by the Elixni there over time during Season of the Splicer, that's such a good idea. That would have been brilliant, because you're absolutely right. Like they would have like made their living space like, better by whatever that they had. I mean, there was a lot of, well, not a lot of, but there was insinuation that they didn't have a lot and we were like trying to get ether for them and things like that. But I can absolutely see them like taking this district and at least trying to make it somewhat livable. It makes me, this might be a little bit off topic, but it makes me think of the Eventide, that's what I'm looking for, colony on Europa, and how Varix is always like, this was supposed to be, the Elixni's new homeworld before Aramis was corrupted by the darkness. Like, why not take the Elixni back there and build that back up? Because it does seem quite perfect for them. Because it's just metal as far as the eye can see, and it seems like that's the area that they seem most comfortable in. So, I mean, yeah, again, a little bit more off topic, but yeah, during seasons, I would love to see things change over time, because I can only take so much. Is this thing different? I'm not sure. I'd rather it was obvious.
it's just a bugbear of mine that like Bungie say, oh, it's so hard to do this stuff short term, and it's like, right, but you literally told us you had a minimum 4-year plan.
Mhm.
So if you've got a 4-year plan, is it you've just arbitrarily said we're going to keep going for 4 more years with this particular storyline, and then you just make this stuff up 6 weeks before it's due? Or is it we've got a 4-year storyline and we've actually been planning it for 6?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Like-
I mean, here's the classic example, right? Okay. There's a certain journalist in the community that I don't really like to talk about specifically, but but he does represent a certain type of player and involvement. During Season of Arrivals, actually no, it was before that. Season of Worthy, right? And coming into Season of Arrivals was kind of there were some slow things in Destiny. And during Season of Arrivals, we were basically trying to help, Mercury, Mars, Titan, and Io evacuate. And because of that, in the tower, every week, they added more and more supplies. You guys remember that? Like the crates of random supplies?
Yep.
And the journalists, to put some quotation marks on it, people were reporting on those things. Like, look, there's more of them. This is happening. And, it starts on raid secrets, and it becomes in Destiny the game, and it becomes in YouTube videos and stuff. People love this world, they love the game, and they go nuts whenever there's a change. They follow it, and they, So yeah, if the world evolved a little bit more, people would be interested. They would notice it. And I know every time I bring this up, this is some bias for you, but I am so glad to be with both the chat and with the panel here, with people who we understand the difficulties in the production of this, but we also have a lot of high hopes for it, because I feel like I have to add 30 asterisks when I say I just wish the game physically evolved more, and people are like, yeah, PvP is broken. I'm like, I am not arguing that, and I know that their resources are limited, but come on, I mean, we've been watching these guys weld the tower, the new tower for forever, and they're scaffolding up at the old tower, and I think the game could afford to do that, and I don't know how that works with Bungie, because the Undying portal building up was really cool. I think those crates coming in showed things were happening. I do think they are moving in that direction, but I want to see more of that for sure. That that what we're doing is making an impact. I mean, imagine all this stuff started. I mean, every time it happens, people go nuts and they wonder what it's going to mean, and it usually brings a higher engagement to the game. Imagine if so Six and I have this concept, and I think LittleSheBear knows about it because we talked about it on stream a few times. We have this idea of what we call a B plot, something that runs slower in between, during and in between seasons, that has a longer payoff for the story. And our idea is some kind of heist. You could receive a distress call in one season, try to figure out what it is, but maybe nothing happens. The following season, you end up going to where you track down the location of the distress call, and it's some kind of Cabal Athenaeum world that's booby-trapped and there's loot. And then the following season, you eventually find out it's Fenchurch. Fenchurch is trapped on this thing. And then maybe later you find out, is he trapped? Or is he manipulating you or whatever? And little things like that, I know, done minutely. One story mission per season. It's out of nowhere. It's not connected to anything. And then it built over the course of a year or two, it builds up, and you're like, that's what that is. And you could have all this kind of stuff. Maybe Drifter knows a little bit about what's going on, and every week there's these crates with a weird, I don't know, a bunny symbol or something on it. You're like, why has the Drifter got surrounding himself with like crates of bunnies. That's really weird, right? And like, people are so passionate about this game. I feel there's a lot of room for stuff like that, and I really hope that we move there.
I have to say, Fenchurch is one character I would love to see like more in the game or more in the lore, because I think a lot of people started playing in Destiny 2 and they hear Eververse Tess saying, "No word from Fenchurch today," and that's their only frame of reference for him. He's the most ridiculous character ever, and I would love to see him more involved in the story or in the lore, because he's just such a crazy character.
I remember hearing snippets about him, and I went to the different lore places, and I was like, I need to refresh myself on his story. His story was told entirely through postcards that were on Bungie's website.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I wasn't big into I didn't even know about This Week at Bungie until very late in Destiny 1. Like, I played Destiny with friends in real life, so I didn't know anything about. I didn't even know how Reddit worked at that time. Those were the days, sweet summer child. But so when I looked at that, I was like, because I had heard a little bit about Fenchurch's story, but then when I found it recently, I'm like, this is nuts, and it's not even on Ishtar. None of it is on the Ishtar collective.
You've really got to hunt for it.
Mm-hmm.
So I might make a video on it sometime. But yeah, he is a ridiculous character. Another example, by the way, of what's the word? Unreliable narrator. I mean,
oh my god!
I want to believe the Traveler smells like vanilla. I want to believe that.
I mean, I'm not going to discredit anything he says, but he's the only one saying it, so it's just kind of like, yeah, I agree that it would be great to see more of him. Sorry,
that's why our initial idea sort of circled him, though, wasn't it? Because the whole idea of the B plot, it's like it's your favorite TV shows where it's not the main cast, it's the backup cast that support them. It's their little stories. Fenchurch is such a random character that any story you wrote, people would go, "Yeah, I can believe that."
That tracks. Yeah.
I mean, listen. Fenchurch said some fantastic things, and I tend to believe him. So
he's just flown inside the Traveler. Like, okay, cool, dude. Can I go and meet him? Like, and that's the thing. The whole idea, like, we spin the idea of the B plots up now and again, because the idea would be that it would be the way that you could join the seasons a bit more up, and each mission is kind of linked to whatever you're doing in that season. And like, it plays off like where Kaz is saying, like, Drifter knows something, but then Drifter wants you to go and do whatever his thing is for that season, and he'll give you more information. And obviously, you know, even the main, one of the main fundamental points of the B plot is you don't have to play at all. You don't have to be involved in it if you don't want to be. But if you do, you're going to get this weird, random little story where suddenly you're organizing a heist on an Athenaeum world, and it's like, it's the ridiculous stuff that would just, at the end of a season when you've done everything and you're bored, you would be like, yeah, give it a whirl. And just bring in some secondary characters.
Yeah,
Sorry.
No, you're okay. I remember this because I remember you tweeting about it, Kaz, and I remember talking to you about it, and I think I mentioned Telltale in that as well.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's a wonderful idea, because you could have the B plot mean nothing to the main plot. You could have it like tie in somehow. I think exploring those secondary characters is really, really great, because you've spoken about the Drifter a lot. The Drifter hasn't done a lot in a while.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
like of course he was in Beyond Light, and I was, again, this may be a little bit of a sidetrack, but Eris and Drifter were in Beyond Light, but that's about it. They kind of gave their opinions on Stasis, which was great. I love to hear them bicker. Really love to hear them bicker, but they didn't really do much else. So the idea of, you know, there being a B plot where Eris is like, I need you to investigate this on the moon, and it takes you to somewhere else that you didn't think you would go, or, you know, maybe a B plot that would end you up on Venus, and, you know, maybe something that would explain why we can go back to the Vault of Glass, because I'm still salty about the fact that there's no story reason for that. They've just been like, yeah, here it is. It just exists.
Yeah, I mean, at least they had the wherewithal to put it in the Legends tab versus the 2 new
Yeah.
strikes that appear out of nowhere with no context. No, like put a sepia filter on this and be like, Guardian, we're gonna remember our old stomping grounds or whatever. Like nothing, nothing to contextualize it. Yeah, sorry, that rubs me the wrong way too.
Imagine if they'd have used a B plot to explain why them 2 strikes came back.
That
Yeah.
would have been perfect.
That'd
That
be
would-
great. Yeah.
You could choose not to do it if you want, and it's just another 2 strikes. But if you did it, you'd be like, "Oh, that is so clever. That's so cool." Like it's one of those stupid little things where if there was a reason that made sense, you'd be like, "Oh, I see by the back now."
Yeah. So a couple of things on that. One, specifically about the Drifter. I was very upset during season of Worthy. Drifter's whole thing is to survive. And when we learn about the threat to the tower, it seems at first the threat seems to only be known to, well, the player, Zavala, Anna, and then the Guardian. And I'm like, oh, okay, they're keeping it hush hush. That makes sense. And then like Rahul and Drifter mention it. They mention it during that season. I'm like, so you're telling me, Drifter, that you want to survive, and you don't always have enough faith in the Vanguard, and you're gonna sit directly under the path of the Almighty, and you're not gonna say anything about that? Like
that got me as well.
Yeah.
That inconsistency in his character.
And Bungie has said a couple of times in interviews, they're like, look, we only have enough bandwidth for like certain things. And I'm like, okay, first of all, you have lore and you write it all the time, and lore, only half of the lore at best is about what's happening right now. And there's other lore that's happening about something completely different. So at the very least, you could do that. But also, yeah, like you could do these kinds of things without voice acting if that's the budget problem, where it's all text, to explain. Cause that's an issue, is that seasons are great, but they're spotlights, and meanwhile there's all these other characters who aren't doing anything. Like Eris hasn't made a move since Marasava's come back, and it's like, okay, I know you're bringing her in for Witch Queen, but like, really? Like, do you not even have a line of dialogue or text that says, stay where you are, Eris, or we can't tell Eris, or I don't know, it's just, it's a problem, and I understand the limits that they have. They say they can only do like, a few voices. They actually specifically talked about this, about not bringing Eris in because like a voice acting budget problem, and not just the budget for the voice actors, but the budget of like recording and then inserting their dialogue. Same with Season of Chosen, right? Again, why wasn't Hawthorne there? Moving on. But if they were able to do these little things here and there that could help us, even if it's not a part of this overarching B plot, it could be a C plot where it's not even a plot. It's just like, I don't know, Hawthorne has a quest for us, and you go do a thing, and it's like once in the season. It's very small, but it makes you go like, oh, she is alive, and she is like, doing her own thing. She's just not part of the main event right now, and she might explain why, or whatever.
And they have done that. They have explained things like that before. Like Season of Arrivals, one of my favorite lore cards in Season of Arrivals is Drifter and Eris talking, and Drifter's ready to leave. He's packing his things up because the ships that he's been afraid of for the longest time are here. He's like, I'm out. He's literally packing things as Eris finds him. Mm-hmm. And it's not a huge lore card. She basically sits him down, and they both have they have a conversation, and it's implied that it's this like really personal conversation about how the two of them understand the darkness on a very specific level. And you can essentially infer that she convinces him to stay and help her, either because she's already in contact with the stranger, or because there's something from him that she needs. Like they don't have to give you an exact explanation of why Drifter is staying in that moment. It makes a lot of sense for Eris to be like, okay, I'm gonna level with you, Ratman. I need you to stay for these reasons. But like, we don't need to know exactly what that conversation was. And I completely agree where like, with the Almighty stuff, they absolutely could have explained that. With Eris in Season of the Lost, they absolutely could have explained that. Eris sends letters all the time. Like,
Yeah.
she sends letters to everyone. You could have absolutely had some kind of lore thing in there. And again, like you said, I understand the constraints. You know, you've got narrative writers probably writing for the next expansion, let alone Witch Queen or any of the seasons after that. They're probably already writing for like 2 years in the future. Like, I completely understand that. But you could absolutely put something in there that just covers your bases. That is Eris saying to Mara, hey, what the hell? Why didn't you give me a heads up? And Mara saying, I need you to stay where you are and stay occupied. Like, Mara isn't someone who ever gives her reasoning anyway.
Yeah.
So it would stand to reason for her to just be like,
Yeah, that would have been
Eris?
completely in character.
Exactly. She could have just been like, Eris, just trust me, stay there. And like, that would have totally stood to reason.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. And again, not that I assume any Bungie narrative staff are watching this, but we understand, and we wouldn't want to give you more work, honestly, but we support what you do, and we just want more of it, and we love the universe that you've created, and we want it to feel more alive, and sometimes, due to the nature of things, it can sometimes feel a little bit like, it's like when you play an older game and enemies only move when you walk into the room, right? So it's kind of like that. All right, we've been talking for quite a while. What does the panel feel about shifting into some Q&A from the chat? I've been kind of ignoring chat. I've been reading everything they've been saying and trying to fold it into the conversation, but I haven't really been talking with them. What do you guys think? Or do you have other bones to pick with Mara or whoever?
I have too many bones.
It's always bones to pick.
Too many bones. You know that pug with the bones?
How many bones are in the
Several
human
pugs.
body again?
Several bones. Sorry.
I don't know how many questions I can answer, but you can ask.
Yeah, well,
I'm probably going to go refer to the law people.
All right, chat. Now's your chance. If you got questions, read them out. And for the YouTube community who's inevitably going to be watching this later, it's free content. I'll read out the questions as we discuss them. So go ahead and enter them in there. Someone jokingly entered a question earlier asking why the sky is blue. It's called Rayleigh scattering, by the way. That's your answer. The particles that we have spread blue light much more, and they absorb red light, so that's why we see them. But because that's why sunsets are of a reddish orange tinge, because the light is hitting the atmosphere on a different angle. So there you go. Yeah, because it's awoke. Yeah, that's what Vera was saying. Sam is saying, if you had to pick the next planets we go to in the future of Destiny, where could it be? So that's a good one. Where would you like to go?
I mean, planets that we've already been to, I miss Venus. Planets for the future, would it be a trick answer or a cheap answer to say Enceladus?
I don't think
it'd be a cheap answer. I mean, it's been mentioned in the lore, so I think it's reasonable to expect that we're going there at some point.
Follow-up question. Yeah, on that.
Oh.
Well, I was going to ask on that Enceladus point. Do you believe that Enceladus, like, do you think Cade was wrong, or do you think he was lying, or do you think there is something on Enceladus?
This is what I was going to say, because I was always really confused about the difference between Europa and Enceladus. I love Cade to death. I love him to death. I wear his cloak all the time. He probably got it wrong. It's very likely. Either that or there is something else on Enceladus that he was talking to Petra about that wasn't necessarily the crypt. Because what exactly, was there... Because he says to Petra, it's on Enceladus, essentially. He says it in that Paladin Iran type message. But what is the thread tying the fact that he's saying that to her about the crypt? I guess maybe it would be... I don't have the collector's edition from Taken King, but I know that he mentions Enceladus in that book and ties it to the Deepstone Crypt, but maybe it was something else that he was looking for. It would be again, Bungie Narrative team, I love you so much, but it would be a little bit of a cheap thing for it to be like, it's just Cade, he got it wrong. But
Yeah.
I would imagine that maybe there is something else on Enceladus that he was looking for, because he had like troves everywhere. Ghost says that there's a good chance that someone in their entire lifetime would never find the amount of caches that Cade had stored away. So it's highly likely that he was looking for more than just the crypt.
I'm with you. I genuinely think Enceladus has got nothing to do with the crypt. I think that was cleverly written to make people assume it meant the crypt, and then he got it wrong. I think there is something in Enceladus.
Yeah.
Cade, we know that Cade knows stuff about his past. He knows that there was some dirty deeds done using the Exos, and I think that's what's at Enceladus.
Yeah.
Whatever that was.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry. No. I was going to say it. Whatever that was, the evidence of it is at Enceladus.
Yeah, so the confusing part about it, because I've gone over that section a couple of times to try and understand or figure out what he was talking about. The confusing part is of course he's telling a bunch of different people a bunch of different things, but he literally ends up talking about like he's getting to the end of something, and Cade mentions the Deepstone Crypt, the Long Slow Whisper. And then he goes, oh yeah, Petra, tell Paladin Orin, blah, 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 where the code spells out it's on Enceladus.
Right, okay.
And the problem is like, was there a period there, Cade, or a semicolon? Like, I watched it with subtitles. It doesn't tell me anything. Are you saying that the subject being the thing you were just talking about, or something completely different? And in the Taken King collectors thing, what you see is like you see the kind of drawing looks like the concept art that we got for Europa, but in the sky is Saturn, which would be Enceladus, like an icy planet around Saturn rather than an icy planet around Jupiter, which is what Europa is. So I do agree. I don't want it to be that Cade was wrong. I'm willing to have Cade being deceptive or manipulative. Maybe, maybe he wants Petra or whoever to go to Enceladus. Like maybe he knew that the Deepstone Crypt was on Europa, but he told her because he wanted her to be thrown off, or he wanted someone else listening to not go to the right place, even for their own protection. I could see Cade being like, oh yeah, that really dangerous place you want to go to, it's over there. Like, I don't know. I would really hate for one of the last words of a beloved character to be wrong like that. Yeah, that's a good point. Exorbitant saying Enceladus was a red herring planted by Clovis Bray during spin up. That's an interesting point. Yeah,
that would stand to reason for Clovis Bray as well. Red herrings, absolutely.
Yeah, if think about Deepstone Crypt, Enceladus equals comma Europa equals Enceladus. So we've seen examples of that in the collector's edition book, although that was more of a Vex thing, where every time you try to think of the word apple, you say like engulf, consume, engulf, or something. Yeah, that would be that's a good thought. Dork's question, thinking that the storyline with Crow is going to be a confrontation between him and Mara Sov, where he'll probably chastise Mara about the way she treated him. Yeah, we kind of talked about that quite a bit over the relationship. I'll throw my 2 cents in on that. My problem is that I think the answer is going to be so. Like, and what I mean by that is someone pointed out that at the end of the Ager's Scepter quest, she basically says to the Guardian, like, here, take this and watch out for Crow for me. But even if she didn't say that, I mean, Crow could walk right up to her face and yell at her for what she's done, and she would just, like, ignore it. Because her personality is that she's right, she knows more than everyone else, she's queen, and while she does seem to have a soft spot for Uldren, I don't personally believe that the most heartfelt communication from Crow, or even if Uldren's consciousness snapped back to reality and said, you were a horrible sister, you know that, right? I don't know if it would really affect her. Like, they talk about that in the Maracena, and how, like, they do try to humanize her, wokenize her in contextualizing what she's doing. But I really
she
don't
rationalizes everything she does.
Exactly. I really don't think it would have any consequence other than creating a further rift between them, really.
I have thoughts on that, but it's from the other point of view.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think it's got. I genuinely think this is coming, but I don't think it's got. It's not about. That's not about Mara. That's about Crow. Because one of the things is right now, Crow is worried. Am I still Uldren or am I Crow? Right, and at some point, he has to be. She is going to offer him his old life back, because Mara would love her own pet guardian, a little pet light bearer to do what she wants. She's got an unkillable machine to beck and call. She would love that.
Yeah, I mean, she talked about wielding him.
Yeah,
She literally objectified him.
She said, "I will wield Uldren Sov Lightbearer." She admitted that to us.
Yeah, exactly. She wants Uldren Sov, the weapon, at her side. So anyone that disagrees with her, how are you going to stop a guardian? Like that. So she is going to offer him his old life back. She's going to offer him everything. And much how they did Saint, where they did the Saint story, where he had to face the fact that in the eyes of the Elixni, he was actually a monster. He was an unstoppable, unkillable monster. Uldren's got to be given that same. They've got to do the same thing for Uldren. He's Crow. He's got to be offered his old life back, and then to become Crow, he has to turn around and go, "No, I'm Crow. I'm not your slave anymore." And I genuinely think that's the storyline that they're going to go with. It's not about that bit. Is nothing to do with Mara. It is all about solidifying Crow the Lightbearer.
Yeah, he's got to shuck that skin off.
Yeah, he's got to make that choice himself. And no one can make that choice for him. So somehow this season he had to find out about his past, because he has to know who she is, so that he understands the choice in front of him. So that's what I think that's the way they're going to do it.
Yeah.
I would agree, because there's also a page, sorry, really quickly. There's a page in the Ripple's law book where Petra is talking to, well, Mara basically summons Petra, and Mara says that she believes she can get her brother back. So I don't know if it's going to be as that's what I'm looking for. I don't know if it's going to be as obvious as Mara saying, "I can give you everything that you had once upon a time." I would be more worried that Mara would be wanting to manipulate Crow back into being Uldren or being on her side. But I still would love that moment of maybe Crow realizing and being like, "No, I'm not going to be your slave again. Absolutely not."
I think it's got to be done to solidify Crow into the game as a light bearer, where people go, like him or not, he isn't Uldren anymore. That has to happen. And it has to happen in game. It can't be written in a law card or attached to a weapon. It's got to be in game. Because sorry,
go on. Sorry. I'm just saying, like, you're saying it has to happen, and like it is very predictable, but I think people forget that just because something is predictable, it doesn't mean it's not really satisfying storytelling. Like, tropes become tropes for a reason.
Yeah.
And we might be able to predict, Uldren/Crow having this moment where he decides he's Crow, but it would be so satifying to see.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I feel like that might be a good way of, so, if the Tangled Shore is closing down because Mara is basically, back in power and she's taking a stronger hold on it, and she's basically making it a no guardians allowed, nobody else allowed kind of thing. Yeah. I could definitely see a case where at the end of the season, not only do we have whatever's happening with the Savathun Chrysalis, but maybe she makes that she tries to help Crow make that choice, and he makes the choice he just said, and that's what causes the distance between the Awoken and humanity, which keeps us a little bit under supported in the battle against Savathun. And then maybe this year of the Witch Queen could be about us building up that trust and relationship again on both sides, so that we can be ready to face whatever on a more united front. Hold on a second. Well, thank you very much for that, Freebird. Appreciate it. Quick question. Sint, you asked a question way back, and I can't seem to find it. So if you can ask it again, I would appreciate that. Is it all right if I elaborate before asking a question? Yeah, I mean, you mentioned before wanting to know if you saw an opinion that people had for Mara and Uldren, and you want to believe it's wrong, but you're not sure. That's what you had said in the chat, but I didn't see what the actual question or opinion was. But yeah, go ahead and elaborate. Others, if you have questions, feel free to add them in. Definitely want to get to your questions as well. Lots of good conversation you've been having, so. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, I've just seen someone in chat ask, Paladin Aran doesn't exist, like Dancing Viru. Paladin Aran is basically a made-up paladin who Kane and Petri used to establish a code. So every time they said, oh, here's a message from Paladin Aran, they would say a sentence, but the first letter of every word would be what the actual message was. Mm-hmm. It was a way for them to speak in code, basically.
Yeah. Exordium Noctis asks, if it turns out that the crystal in Mara's chambers is in fact the Thrall proxy or some kind of fake out, what do each of you feel the most satisfying resolution would be? Mara's death, they take an egg being stolen, Crow turning on her entirely, something else? Who wants to start with that one? What would you feel is the most satisfying resolution to that?
For me personally, just because we've spoken so much about it being a fake out, I would like to see Mara lose it just a little bit. That would be very satisfying for me. I don't necessarily need her to like get angry and scream and stuff, but just like the recognition on her face that she's not as clever as she thinks she is. In Beyond Light, that very first cutscene where Zavala's talking to the city, and you see all these different characters doing different things. When you see Mara's face, she looks a little bit scared. She doesn't look as assured of herself as we kind of like know her to be. So for whatever happens, whether it's fake out, whether it's Savathun doing some other kind of gotcha moment, I just want to see, the most satisfying thing for me will be seeing Mara know that this is a fight that she's lost. That I would really like that.
I basically think that's going to happen because we know we're fighting Savathun and Witch Queen, and we know the chances that we kill Savathun and Witch Queen are very remote. For me personally, the way I think it's the way it would be most satisfying for it to end for me is to go to release the worm. Whatever she does works, but Savathun isn't there. It's a proxy, because I love that idea now. I was wondering how it would work that she could escape, but I love the idea that they do some sort of spell that works via the proxy and the worm is gone. And then you see Mara get shaken because she's suddenly being outsmarted, and she turns to Crow expecting his support, and he basically goes no. And that's the moment when he realizes he's being used and he walks away. That would be the ultimate way for me. That's almost like, at the end of a series when the screen just goes black. That's the go black moment. She realizes she's wrong. Uldren turns her back on her. The last thing you see is her face as she suddenly realizes all of her plans went wrong. Black screen. New season starts. Ooh, everyone went quiet.
No,
that was really good.
I'm visualizing. Yeah, I'm visualizing. It's good.
Or just letting it settle. Oh, so satisfying.
Well, just thinking about what Jade was saying about the pictures of the beginning cutscene, and it's not just the expression on her face. Like all the other characters are, roundabout other people. Zavala's speaking to the people. Ikora's kneeling in front of a child. Saint's got a kid on his shoulders, standing next to, in quotes, Osiris. But Mara's just completely alone. She's completely isolated, which is what she's wanted all her life. And that's the question I think we're coming on to next. She's always kept people at arm's length, and it may come back to bite her. Because in Forsaken, even Petra was at the stage where she's saying, I want answers. So it may get to the stage where she's just pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed, and people just get fed up of it. And if it does go, if it does go all wrong with Savathun, then that could be the thing, the fulcrum that finally tips it. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah.
No, I think it makes perfect sense.
Yeah, definitely. I like that point about keeping people at arm's length, right? Eventually there reaches a point where now you reach out for them and they're too far. Right? Now you need help and they're like, they're not there.
Mara, right. You're too far out.
Mm-hmm. There's a yeah. Well, there's a fantastic in Uldren's law book in the Forsaken Prince. He talks about being on a tether to her, and he talks about. No, it's Mara who talks in the Mara Senna about how if two ships are too rigid or close to each other, one can't move away if it wants to, and but if they're too, so you need to make as much space as you possibly can while still being tethered to that person. So it's entirely possible that in Mara's mind, she's still tethered to this ship that she can't even see because it's just so far away from her now.
Yeah. Yeah, I think.
Not for sure that if it all goes wrong, she's not going to know how to function.
Mm-hmm.
Her personality type is so focused in that manner that when she crumbles, and this is inevitably going to be the thing that makes her crumble. You're not gonna. What I'm hoping you're gonna see is you're not gonna see Mara, Queen of the Awoken. You're just gonna see Mara, the Awoken, and she turns to the one person she's convinced that will always be there for her no matter what, and that's her brother Uldren. And that's the moment that I'm hoping we get, is that moment when she's like, well, Uldren's still there for me, and he just turns and walks away. Like that would be that's the ultimate punishment for people who do that, is at the moment you need everyone, they're just not there.
Yeah. All right, we have a long discussion question from Sint in the channel. If the panel has the stream open, you can scroll back up and see it, but I'm going to go through it. It's a couple of paragraphs here. Number 1, Mara insists on being at arm's length. She insists on being at arm's length by Osana, their mother, practically as soon as she could speak in her first life. Number 2, Mara is always crafty and introverted, hid her personal issues. Nobody knew the problems she had, so nobody ever knew she needed help. Number 3, Osana, especially as an Awoken, had foresight. She could see when Uldren was going to hurt himself and stop him. Literally as an intervention, it sounded like, in the Kestrel stories, and then let him live his life otherwise. 4, the Kestrel story was only inspired by Osana. Uldren formed his own stories based entirely on their Awoken lives, describing only distributary and post-distributary events. He covered nothing from their actual childhoods, since he and Mara were always adults as Awoken. 5, Mara called the Kestrel stories nonsense, which could be her talking down to him, but it also calls into question the validity of the events, but they sound accurate to the distributary. Apparently, a small group of fans have chosen to take the Kestrel stories literally, in being about Uldren and Mara's childhoods, accusing Osana of, content warning, child abuse in smothering Uldren than constantly abandoning him and Mara to isolation. Topic is a big deal. Can't dismiss such a severe accusation. It seems to me that the facts are that the Kestrel stories were of them as adults. Aldrin only referred to them as kids being born as Awoken. Mara insisted on being at arm's length, etc., etc. So yeah, a lot of specific paragraphs of text coming down to the question of, if we look at the Kestrel stories, are they direct parallels or analogies of what happened, and when? Do we see that as Aldwin and Mara's childhoods, or do we see that as them since becoming Awoken? I'll answer first. I think it's the latter. I think it's being Awoken, or at least as much as we have in the Maracena, because you could argue that her attitude as a human is very similar to her attitude as an Awoken, with as far as Aldrin is concerned. Right? Like, she literally kept him at arm's length when they're on the ship, and then they become Awoken and she keeps him metaphorically at arm's length. So that's my belief. Jade, 6. I don't know if SheBear, if you had to drop off, if you're still back. Looks like you're still here.
I'm still here. It's dependent on my internet, my lovely internet.
Well,
internet.
Let's start with you while you're here right now. What do you think?
I don't like you said, I don't think it matters that much because the relationships don't really change. I mean, she was basically running a cult and living outside the ship when she was a teenager.
Yeah.
I'm Green Bar again. Yeah. But I took it to be a metaphor about, after they were Awoken, they hatched as Kestrels.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a metaphor for them,
I think the real crux of the importance of the question for Sint is whether or not Osana was a bad mother.
Osana, yeah.
Like,
it's really hard to
when they
tell
were kids.
from the Maracena because it's just because the way the Maracena is written, it's so hard to tell. Like, that could be Mara trying to portray her mother in a good light because her mother did what she wanted. Or maybe she didn't, and Mara wants to pretend that she imposed her will on her mother as well. It's because, like I said, it's unreliable narration. If we take it at face value, she does try to get Mara off of Aldrin's case, and Mara just refuses to listen.
Yeah.
I suppose the question is, did Asana try hard enough?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't really have an answer for that.
It does
it's
seem
a tricky
like,
one.
I think at one point Osana even says, like, I'm not going to be your mother, I'm going to be your friend or something. And I'm like, no, you're their parent.
That's what she wanted, yeah.
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 Anybody else have any other thoughts on that?
Well, Sint, I don't know how much of the streams you watch, but I had an abusive childhood myself, so I've been there. I genuinely think that the whole thing is based on their life as the Awoken. That's when they would have started to get the abilities for things like foresight. But it is very, very easy when you've been a victim of it. It is really easy to see it in stuff like that when it's written that way, and it can be uncomfortable. There are certain things I can't watch on telly, and I can't watch or I can't read because they're triggers. It's just there's some things that you can't move past, and I think that's a borderline one because you can take it to be that. You can take it to be when there were human children on the ship, or you can take it to be when they were Awoken. I think either way, the dynamic is pointed at that their mother wasn't necessarily wanting to be too involved with them. But potentially, if as the Awoken she got the gift of foresight and she saw what was coming, she probably thought, don't want to know. I'm going to step back because how do I change it? I might as well step back out the way of it. It kind of feels a little bit like that to me. It's a choice to step back because she knew what was coming.
I completely agree with Six in that especially when it's something that you can't, like, especially when it's something that's being brought up by someone in the community that you can't really, like, turn your eyes away from, especially when it concerns, like, characters that you like. You can take it to mean anything that you want. I always personally perceived Osana as I always personally perceived her as being someone who left Mara to her own devices, but knew that Aldwin, like pre-awoken, was still tripping over himself to like impress her and stuff. Like Osana knew everything about her kids, whether or not she treated them well is I don't want to say down to interpretation, but is definitely something that people are going to talk about. I don't feel like I know as much about that as I thought I did in terms of like their relationship. So I guess all I would say in regards to that question is, you know, whichever way you spin it, like Six said, like, you know, take it whichever way that you feel is correct. And yeah, I do agree as well with the notion that Osana, after potentially getting that same foresight that all the Awoken have, kind of just stepped out of the way. There's all the chances in the world that she is still in the distributary. And I saw someone in chat mention a while ago the idea of Mara being incredibly scared of Osana finding out what her machinations kind of are in our solar system. So I don't know if that adds anything.
I think that's why Mara doesn't want them going back to the distributary, because she doesn't want them to know what she's up to.
I would agree with that 100%.
It's kind of like, although we know that side of the Awoken, it's kind of like if you met a group of people and the only people you met with the cult leader doesn't want you to know that the rest of their, you know what I mean? Like, if the cult was just the only bit of a town you saw, then the cult leader doesn't want you to know that the rest of the town is nothing like the cult.
Yeah.
So it's in
you
her
have
best
to wonder
interest.
as well. Yeah.
So you were saying?
And you have to wonder what Alice Lee's been telling people in the meantime.
Yeah, for the last like 10,000 years. Or
like I don't know if Alice Lee. Yeah.
Nice. All right.
I don't think she'd get a warm welcome if she went back.
Well, she didn't get a warm departure, right? Like,
no.
Alice Lee threw like a ceremonial teacup like across the room in anger. So one of the last like artifacts of the pre-awoken existence. So I'm gonna jump around on these questions, chat. Apologies for that, but I'm doing it. What do you think of what we know about Neptune? Anna had to go to a station there and learned about a project she was involved in. Furthermore, we got idle crow dialogue about Cabal cruising there. Maybe one of the destinations for Lightfall or Final Shape. Any desire or thoughts about Neptune? Whether we'll go back, or we'll actually go there in the game.
I don't know much about the planets.
Don't really have an opinion on that.
That's fair.
I'm just like God of the Sea.
Yeah. So if do you guys remember the reference to Neptune? So it was during Season of Worthy where Anna was tracking down the Pillory program, the different like. I've got guardians sitting around me in the tower now. This is very funny. Anyway, so basically she was tracking down the Warmind bunkers, and she eventually found that she traced a signal back to Neptune, and orbiting Neptune was a space station. When she got there, what she basically found was that there was a program set up to send humans, just like in the movie, darn it, I should remember that movie, Interstellar, to send humans to a faraway colony. And on this vessel, there were exoframes, and there were like bodies in stasis. And the idea was going to be to basically repopulate another world, and it was another one of it was kind of like Project Exodus, but in this case it was don't send a generational ship, it was send a bunch of like exoframes and cryopods and seeds and stuff and grow a new colony somewhere else. But they never quite made it, and it's a wild entry because when Anna gets there, there's a frame who is alive, and it details that he's gone through thousands of reboots, and it drives him mad. And he apparently has like cloaking technology. She eventually has to blast a hole through him with a golden gun shot. And then apparently at the end of the entry, she kind of lashes together what parts of the station she could and drags it back to Earth, I guess. Like it says she brings it back into the inner system for further study. So yeah, I mean, in terms of the planet Neptune itself, it's a gas giant. There's nothing really on it. I can't remember right now if it's... No, it is Neptune. Is it Neptune? No, sorry. Yeah, where the atmosphere is so cold it rains diamonds. Like, that's a thing. So...
Planetary material, just diamond.
Yeah, so I don't know. I mean...
Beautiful, but very pretty rainfall.
For me, this question, I like to grasp at a few straws here. We've heard references to outer colonies. We've heard about like, what's her name? Aphrodite being with this kind of pacifist outer rim colony. We've heard of like people talking about Jovians. We've never seen anybody out there. So it's always weird to me how we have ships that can cross all these different places, even in the lore, and yet there are people living like, you know, around other planets and we don't even know about it. But I kind of hope that if we do get something like that, yeah, we would see another colony of people out there. Yeah, I'm not sure where they would be or how that would go, but I there's definitely room for it. What about the creatures that Drifter apparently met that could somehow negate the light? What about a colony of people who've learned to use the light as something other than a weapon? Imagine they build their homes and their cities out of light or something. Like
the Sunbreakers are still out there somewhere. The Titan Order of Sunbreakers.
I mean, yeah, if they're not completely broken, but they're basically out there somewhere. Yeah.
So, total tinfoil hat spin theory. What if the colony thing you went to, Aphrodite, is actually hidden inside the gas giant? Mm-hmm. That would be a reason to go to Neptune.
Yeah, it would also be a reason why we've never found them before, because, you know.
Because they're literally inside it.
Yeah. Now, I would say, just as a little bit of meta commentary, might be weird to make a colony on a cold gas giant when we have Europa. You know what I mean? Like to bring another biome that's it's not going to be the same. It's not going to be walking across like a frozen tundra, but if you imagine kind of a BioShock underwater, but it's like cold and stuff. I don't know. Like there could be ways to do it. I'm no artist, but yeah, I think that would be cool to have a colony out there, and I want to explore other places.
It would be interesting if it was Dyson's feel like.
Yeah, some kind of self-enclosed society or something. Cool. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You could hide a Dyson sphere inside of Neptune, and then that would negate the ice. It would literally be.
Yeah, and
it could be a good setting for reclaiming one of the powers.
Well, and as
3.0.
Mm-hmm. Vero is reminding me that the reason that Anna was out there in the first place was looking at the Echo and Pillory projects where Rasputin's mind was splintered. Right, there was a project. Basically, oops, our war mind is becoming too Terminator-like. Cut the Rasputin's mind into 12 pieces and send them to independent bunkers. Like that was a subroutine that was created, but apparently never done. And Anna was basically hunting those down to try and track down bits and pieces of Rasputin's, like, I don't know, his consciousness, let's say. So yeah, there could be something there with Anna apparently still tinkering away to rebuild Rasputin. Maybe she will go back. I don't know.
Using that broken exo that she found, the cloaking one.
Maybe, yeah. All right, jumping forward. Freebird wants to ask, why are you all so amazing?
I'm not used to spell and bang your head.
Counter question, why are you so amazing, huh? Answer is that.
Yeah.
Yeah, come on. No,
Do
but...
it.
Drawing Marcus Wren while you got COVID. Good lord.
Yeah.
Iron Woman.
Yeah. This is a good one. At what point did you become sympathetic to Aldrin's story? And was it difficult to move past what happened at the beginning of Forsaken? Do you want to see Crow succeed now? If you don't mind, I'm going to answer this one first. Sorry about that, but I'm just going to do it. I had no problem with it. Look, when I saw the trailer, and then when I played the game, I've seen The Last Stand of the Gunslinger a lot. I watched that trailer a lot. And I played through that mission a lot. In fact, I love the fact that depending on what subclass and class you are in the last call mission, Cade will give you different dialogue. And some of it's pretty deep cut. I went through as a Striker Titan, and he said, show them your last and surest argument. That's a deep lore cut that I did not expect. Was I sad that Cade died? Of course. Was I surprised? I mean, I was surprised when I originally heard about it, but it made the universe feel more real. And when people when they feel that there was an injustice done to his character for him dying, I remind them that he died not at his desk. He died being a hero. He died out in the field. Like, he couldn't have gone out any better, except maybe, I don't know, being cradled in Zavala's arms or something, and having Ikora weep or whatever.
He literally did. He literally died the way he lived, which was being utterly insane, but just with so much style. Like, he rode the command center down to the ground.
You couldn't have written a better ending for him, really.
Literally.
And I really appreciate what they did with the Forsaken story and with the lore behind it. The Man They Called Cade lore book, it's a closure on his character, and it's very well done. Like, half of that book is reassurance. Half of that book is him trying to reassure you and to move you forward. And a character's death is unsatisfying. Like, a character you care about, their death is very unsatisfying if it doesn't fit into the story or their character, or if it's sudden and there's no closure. And none of those things happened. Cade was operating off books, out of tower. He went on his own thing. It sucks what happened. He went out fighting, and we got closure for his story. And all of Forsaken, and you could argue that year and moving onward, was us trying to process it. Was I mad at Aldrin? I mean, a third of the way into the story, his eyes start going black. And I'm like, okay, what's going on here? And then you see him getting manipulated. And even if he wasn't literally corrupted, I mean, he lost a bunch of people, thought he lost his sister. He's never really been that close of an ally to the city anyway. If he wants to side up with the Scorn, and if he wants to finish the job, I mean, also you could have argued that you could argue he didn't know that Cade didn't have his ghost. Maybe he wasn't even in that room, or maybe he was. Like, at that time, they're no allies of ours, right? Aldrin's a cool character, but Aldrin was a dick. And, maybe one that you like, but that's just his character. He literally used to kick over beacons and lie about Rasputin shooting the Traveler. So him killing Cade is, totally in character for me. And I've taken up too much of the floor here on this question, but I was, it was sad, but it was well done. And when he was revived, I was ecstatic. I was like, this is amazing. And I had to wait 2 years between him sitting up and us finding out what he was like. Did he retain any of his memories? He shouldn't as a guardian, but did the Awoken weirdness or the Riven corruption, did it make him like that? And as soon as I realized he's a completely different person and he's been treated horribly, as Six said earlier, beautiful writing. I have had nothing but love for the story of Crow going forward. I'm a big supporter of the character, and even if I wasn't, I'm a big supporter of the use and development of the character. Another Guardian who's younger than us and inexperienced, interacting, facing the same problems we have, making stupid mistakes and really cool moments. How he's an independent person as well, like asking questions, being snippy with Spider. I'm a big fan of it. That's why I think he's talked about so much. And to all the people who are like still butthurt over Cade being dead and who treat Aldrin and Crow, I've had arguments with people who treat Aldrin and Crow as the same person. They're like, wow, it's the same body, they just cut and paste. I'm like, if you get complete amnesia and you start acting completely different, you're a different person. Like, legally, you're a different person. So, anyway.
There is in philosophy, there is no theory of persons that doesn't incorporate memory. There's just not a single theory of personhood that doesn't include memory. It's just, it's philosophically bunk. The body doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It'd be like saying identical twins, the same person.
You literally can't be a person without memories, because the thing that defines you as a person is your memory of events. Like, and if you've got no memories, then you've got nothing. There's just you are an empty shell. So to sit there and use that analogy, oh well, it's the same body. It's pointless. He's got no memory of anything he's done. He's not guilty of it.
Yeah.
But I'll go last.
Another really good example of it is. Well, does anybody remember the Star Trek episode where Riker gets split in two by the transporter? And the whole episode is asking the question, when did was it? He starts calling himself Thomas Riker, doesn't he?
Yep.
To differentiate him
his middle name
from Will Riker. At what point? Like, at what point did Will Riker become Thomas Riker? And it's a really interesting question. It's like, where do you draw the line? Like, Derek Parfit, as a philosopher, he actually used that transporter analogy, and he uses that as a jumping off point to discuss what personhood is and what makes a person a person. So this is one of the reasons I love sci-fi, because it can tackle the big questions like that, because you can have this fantastical technology where you can do these kinds of thought experiments, and Aldrin is a really good example of that thought experiment. And the other thing that's really interesting about Crow is that if Savathun did give him all his memories back, he's completely unique as a Guardian who has, complete awareness of his first life. So yeah, he's an inexperienced Guardian, but he's a really experienced soldier and intelligence operative and fighter, if he's got all those memories.
Yeah.
So yeah, I do want to see him succeed, because he's unique. There's nobody else like him in the story.
Mm-hmm.
And that moment when Zavala had that little pause where he'd recognize and then put his hand out, that was just euphoric. Like, I love that moment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm like collapsing on the couch over here. Yeah, I agree. and then all the people posting it, and the mirror image of like the Guardian standing over Cade versus, or sorry, Aldrin standing over Cade, and Zavala standing over Crow. It's like, oh my god. Some things
the
are
framing was so good.
Yeah. Yeah. Just a little sorry, I'm going to interrupt you for a quick second, Six. A little acknowledgement to the chat, to those who talk about getting all this horrible stuff thrown at you. Look, we're going to disagree on things at certain times, but in this community especially, and I would argue it should be across the greater Destiny community, we need to embrace that difference and talk about it openly. Like, if you absolutely hate Crow, and if you are still really hurt over what Aldrin did, I mean, that's understandable. But, and we may disagree on certain facets of it, but we can reach that ground respectfully. And I'm glad that we can. And we all should. I just, depending on where you are, certain forums don't support that, and the internet in general doesn't facilitate that very well. So for anybody who's had some negative time because of how you've talked about Crow or Aldrin or the lore or anything like that, I'm really sorry to hear that, and I hope you're able to find communities. Sorry to sound like I'm a self-plug here, but I hope you're able to find communities like ours where, look, we might disagree with you, but we always do our best to keep our reactions in check and to try to communicate rather than excommunicate, I guess. So, sorry, go ahead, Six.
So, all I was going to say is, I love Forsaken, my favorite DLC ever. Everything about that was perfect. The way it was done, the way they brought in the extra powers, just the way you saw Cade use them, like it was Cade's swan song. It was him living his life and doing what he did. And I think the way they started the whole way they started that off, where it's you and Cade, like that was fantastically done. That's the first time you genuinely saw the Guardian doing something with a friend. Not being ordered by Zavala, not being given a secret mission by Echo, literally out with a friend to go and restore the peace. Like, just the whole setup was brilliant. It set up the idea that Cade and the Guardian were good friends and were off on adventures together.
Oh, that first cutscene when they drop in and they walk so badass on the on the reef, that like you totally like they fly in on different ships, right? But they totally land as if they were in the middle of a conversation. You know, you could see Cade putting his hand, like slapping you across the back, being like, "Yeah, I'm glad you're here." Sorry, I totally agree.
It's literally, that's the lethal weapon, that's the buddy cop, it's that moment where the two heroes of the story are like, yeah, we got this. Like, it was brilliant. And I think that kind of helped create this idea. This is why so many people are against Uldren, because that was the first character where we genuinely were like, we're friends with him. We're friends with Cade. Cade's amazing. And then obviously he died, but he went out like, if Cade was going to write his own death, it was do something insane, fight a legion of enemies, and even when you've lost your ghost and you know you can't make it, you've got no way back, just fight anyway and do it with style. Like, that was him. So I loved the way they did that. I thought it was amazing. And I can tell you that the exact moment where I liked Crow was the second the story told me that Spider had put bombs on the Ghost. At that point, it's like, yeah, no, dude, you don't do that. That's a Guardian. You don't mess with the Guardian's Ghost. It's off limits.
Yeah.
I was instantly like, I've got Crow's back now. If you hurt him, I'm coming after you. And that was the exact moment of that season of the Hunt, where I was like, I'll support him. I might not like the guy. I'll see how we develop, but you don't do that to a Guardian. It's just like, it was. If you remember, Kaz, I told you as soon as we'd read it, like, perfect start to the thing was just, you couldn't have done it better. Make Guardians kick off because you've messed with a Guardian. Yeah, it was the greatest way to pull people into liking Crow, was to instantly make him a victim in a way that only a Guardian would understand. So for me, that was it. That was the moment.
It was brilliant. Yeah, like nothing works to create a bond more like a shared adversity, right? And yeah, most people, I saw so many people like that. So many people who had either made jokes before, or who really weren't like into lore or into stories, stuff like that. And as soon as they saw that, they were like, "What? No, you can't do that." It was really eye-opening, actually, to see people. I mean, and if you want to be cynical about it, it's a narrative trick, right? It's a shorthand trick to get you to side with a character. But I don't care, because it worked. Just like SheBear said, it's a trope for a reason.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they do it in movies all the time. The bad guy that kind of really is really just a misguided good guy, just needs that opportunity to do the right thing. It's like, it's there because it works, and it works because as humans that we cling to hope ridiculously. Like, the human ability for hope is unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter what it is and how you dress it up, but we can't imagine a situation where we can't survive, where we can't move forward. And to do something like that, it's like, no, you're not doing that. No, I'm going to protect him. He's a good guy. I don't care what he did. He's a good guy. I believe he's going to be good. And the second you can make a person believe that, that's it. They're unshakable in that belief and that hope that I'm right and you're wrong. It was perfectly done. It was just the best way to make me like they couldn't have wrote crowing in a better way for me.
Okay, so I find it funny. I don't know if I'm saying their handle right, but LittleSheBear, Destiny artist who gets featured like every couple of weeks. LSR, I don't know. I reached out to that person because they made a really awesome piece of art of the Guardian hanging out with Crow after the Harbinger mission. And it's like, because there's the lore page talks about how, for Hawkmoon, I think, talks about how we're sitting there having a drink with Crow and like laughing, joking around the fire. And they drew this beautiful piece. And I reached out to them, was like, oh my God, could I I'm making a lore video on that right now. Could I feature that? And they were very kind to let me do that. And I love that. Like you said, like the Guardian had a friend. And we didn't really have, we haven't had many friends in this game. Everybody's just an ally or an enemy or a commander or whatever. So that's another reason that I've been enjoying the Crow storyline, is that it does feel like a peer rather than someone we are keeping at arm's length or someone who's above us or below us in some kind of rank.
There's a sense of like, oh, I used to be that kindergarten. Like, yeah, of course, there's a lot on top of it with it being with it being like, you know, who Crow was, but there is an essence of like, this was me 5 years ago, essentially. So I definitely get that perspective. If I could start to answer this question,
yeah, please.
I'm gonna be a little bit mushy with it because it was asked by my partner. So without getting like too mushy, I met my partner when Forsaken came out. We got into like a Discord server together right before it came out, and we like really bonded over it. And they were always like super into Uldren Solve, and I was always super into Cade. So it was always really a really interesting thing. But over the course of like our first friendship and then relationship, we did a lot of talking about the two characters, and he learned things about Cade that he didn't know, and I learned a lot of stuff about Uldren that I didn't know. So it's hard for me to personally like pinpoint a turning point for Uldren, but definitely like replaying Forsaken with them and going through all of that stuff. And as someone who loves Cade with every fiber of my being, like I can't agree more with what everyone said. Like, you know, Stand of the Gunslinger was like the perfect swan song for him and the best way for him to possibly go out. You know, I miss him a lot, and I think that what they've done with Crow now is so wonderful and so perfect, because again, like I said, it's us looking at a version of ourselves and having to kind of like reckon with something that we've done at the same time. So it's hard for me to pinpoint that moment, but I will say that just by virtue of having a partner who, you know, knew the character of Uldren Solve better than I did, it was easy to be able to like go back to that lore and view it with new eyes. But I would say that when Crow came back, I think it was, and I only mention this seems so obvious, but I only mention this because it hasn't been brought up yet, just how scared he was. Like, the entire time was something that really, like, spoke to me. Like, that whole thing that Six was saying about, you know, Glynn having a bomb on him and us all clinging to that hope to help him. And just, like, how scared he was with Spider and how you could see that he, like, wanted to break out of his shell and couldn't quite do it. If you, like, put together, like, how reserved he was in Season of the Hunt to how sassy he is now, like when Petra says to him whilst you're on the ley lines, what do you get taught in the tower, and he's like mostly just point and shoot. Like, it's such a stark difference that I think that first instance in Season of the Hunt, kind of seeing like how taken aback he was by everything and how much he kind of deified the Guardians, because whilst he was reborn as one, he definitely doesn't feel like one. That was my immediate moment of okay, no, I need to protect this character. And also something that I wanted to bring up, because Dancing Guru has brought it up in the chat, is the fact that Cade would have had zero hard feelings on this whole thing, because I completely agree with that as someone who loves Cade. I think that Cade knew that that was someone who was pushed to the absolute brink. I think that Cade also has a lot of his character revolves around honor and being honorable to the very end. He was in the prison with us because Petra asked him to, because he owed Petra a favor, and he wasn't going to say no to her, because something that was instilled in him, I believe, by Andal Brask was, you are honorable to the end, and it's a very Hunter thing as well. So, he went to the prison, no matter what could have been in there, and said, yeah, of course we're going to help you out. And I think that even Cade himself, I mean, of course, anyone's going to be upset that they're dead. But I think that given the context of the situation, I always argue that Cade would understand, if that makes sense. Maybe that's just me being very idealistic, but I do feel like he would look at someone who their entire life was a servant and was just trying to like gain the platitudes of someone that they loved, and would be like, you were pushed into this. It's not 100% your fault.
No, you're absolutely right. Cade, if Cade had realized he was being corrupted and manipulated, he would have fought to defend him.
Mm-hmm.
He would have instantly stopped trying to hunt him down and started trying to figure out how to get him free. And Cade is literally like, he was the sort of character that if he was told, you can die or the Guardian can die, he was the guy that would go, take me, leave the Guardian alone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like, he would step up and go, I've lived my life as a Guardian, take me, you leave him alone. Because it's who he was, it's literally who he was to his core. And genuinely, if Cade was alive and he found out what had happened to Crow, and that Crow, like, Uldren had become a Guardian, he would have found that to be the best cosmic joke ever, and would probably be sat in a bar buying him drinks.
I agree. I completely agree. I think that Cade would have been with Crow and the Guardian after that Harbinger mission, sharing that bottle, like 100%. I think that Cade would have found it incredibly funny, like you said, that Uldren had come back as Crow. And I think that Cade of all people would be, I mean, Cade of all people who carried the memories of Cade 1 through 5 and created a fake family to keep him going forward and fighting for something that was a little bit more personal than just the last city, would absolutely say you all need to let go of Uldren Sov, because this man is now Crow, and you need to let him figure that out by himself. Cade would have been the biggest supporter of that, because he had to do that for himself.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
He believed in redemption.
Yeah, I mean, he had some skeletons in his closet himself, and he definitely would have seen the value in a good redemption arc, for sure.
Yeah. Like all of his letters, you remember when Cade died, and then you go and do the last mission and you go and get all his letters. And it's all addressed to they are all letters of redemption for the person that killed Cade. Every one of those letters was Cade going, if you've done it, there's a reason. I might not like it, but I understand it. It's all right. And like, even when it come to the Guardian, and he goes, my silent friend, even then, I would probably one of Cade's best friends at that point, up there with Zavala and Ikora, and even then, he was still going, if you had to do it, I know you would have only done it because there was no other choice. Don't feel guilty about it. Like, that, it literally defines who he was as a character. So Crow coming back is just, he would have, I don't care what anyone says, he would have defended him.
I agree.
And I've always thought that. No, I get angry at the thought that people get death threats and stuff over saying stuff like that, because I never get it. But
Ridiculous.
Like I feel like that aspect of Cade's character is so buried in the nuance and in the lore, because he is on the surface the gunslinging cowboy. You know, he's the guy who says let's go to prison before jumping straight into the prison of elders. Like that's all he is, I would argue, to the large majority of the community TM. But you know, a lot of people who read the lore can see those other aspects of him. There's a fantastic lore piece from Beyond Light of him basically getting a flashback to being an exo on Europa, as like Cade 1 or Cade 2 or something like that. And again, it adds more to that, to who he is. He's not just the guy who the second he saw Uldren Sov was gonna golden gun him out of the sky. Like, he's so much more than that. And he could be, like, if it's one of those, if you saw him the way I saw him, you'd know how cool he was.
Yeah, I mean, well, just watch the first season of, like, just watch Firefly. You know? Like,
watch Castle, watch anything I've been
told so many times to watch. Like, when I tell people I haven't watched Firefly, they're like, seriously?
It's an insane.
So I would never try to push anything on anyone, even with like positive emotional reaction to it. But there's a lot of character similarity between Cade and Malcolm Reynolds, and you could very easily imagine Firefly as some kind of alternate reality or past, or you know, like when he was a human before he was before he was an exo, right? But either way, like, yeah, Cade's character is much like the lore itself. There's stuff on the surface, and then there's a lot of stuff underneath, right? Like, okay, if I'm being cynical, Cade's character became very silly and jokey in Destiny 2, likely as a result of the make the game by committee, as well as, oh, he's funny, let's just make him really funny and make everyone funny, so he has to be incredibly funny to put him on the box to sell the game. I'm not gonna, dance around the fact that that is likely a thing that got pushed into the narrative team for his character. But also, his character was suffering through a lot of trauma and loss, and you could argue that he became the extra jokey guy as a defense mechanism.
Absolutely.
And that fits very well with his character, because you look in Destiny 1 and he presents himself as the kind of like, rogue badass dude, and then he's tripping up, he's making mistakes. He acts like kind of dumb, but he does that to throw off his friends, allies, and enemies. Everybody thinks he's stupid, so nobody watches what his right hand is doing. It's a classic roguish character, and yeah, I do feel like a lot of people, like the lore itself, they gloss over, they gloss over some of that stuff, and it's like, you shouldn't see a character as 1/10 of what they are. You should see them all together. And even that lore about, Cade 1 or whatever, it does present Cade in a negative way. Like, you see one version of the story told from a child's perspective, where he feels like he's being hunted by exos. And it's like, oh, does that make Cade like a bad person? It's like, well, first of all, the Cade you knew was 5 lifetimes removed from that. And there's a lot of other circumstances behind it. And also, Cade 6 is more than the 10 minutes that he got in the game. And yeah, I definitely feel like there's obviously we all have different interpretations, and none of our interpretations is right or like the most right. But when people like oversimplify characters like that, it happens all over the place. And in a way, it's done on purpose by Bungie, right? It's like, all right, we got the Captain Serious dad, we've got jokey dad, we've got angry mom. There's your Vanguard, go. And it's a way, like making Zavala seem on the surface like a, two-dimensional cardboard cutout. It's done on purpose so that you can look at him immediately and know what he's like. He's a big guy in armor. He's strong. He's protective. He's paternal. But when you dig under the surface, there's more than that. And I'm glad that we've had experiences, not just in the lore, but in the way the game has been made, to try and dig into that a bit more, to show us a bit more of their characters from different perspectives. Even the Drifter, who's often, jokey uncle, like Caesar the Drifter was, oh man, he's seen some stuff. He's been through some really bad things. And also, wow, I see Guardians and Iron Lords in a different light now.
Did anyone else listen to that first audio recording on the Allegiance quest and go, whoa, okay, so this is what I'm in for. All right. Because I had that moment of like, oh, all right, cool. Strap in, I guess.
Yeah. I think it was great. And I mean, that's what I mean. Even like I sided with the Vanguard on my main character, and that made sense for my character. Do I regret it even though I found out the truth? No. And when I found out the truth, I was impressed by how it was delivered. And I don't mind. Even like my Guardian did not mind being wrong. My Guardian was glad to be wrong. And my Guardian was kind of hit with this like, hey, maybe you should be a bit more open-minded. Maybe Drifter's onto something, blind adherence, dogma. And then at the same time, hey, Drifter, maybe you can make it easier on us. Don't act so shifty all the time. Answer a question directly. Yeah. Well, it grows quite late for everybody here. It's officially tomorrow for everybody on the panel. So
same time zone, yay!
Yeah.
Officially tomorrow.
Yeah, well, it's a little bit later tomorrow for me, but only by a little. So I'm going to wrap this up here. Seeing a lot of positive responses in chat, but not a lot of questions, so that's okay. Let's talk plugs here. So if you want to find, I don't know, does our panel want to be found? I mean, Jade, you make content over at Planet Destiny, so if you want to see some of that, find them wherever you can find Twitter and YouTube and stuff like that. Feel free to plug any of your stuff here if you want. Now's the time.
You can find me in Kaz's stream.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to give away your Twitter handle if you're like, maybe not. But
I'm not.
If you find someone online who's called LittleSheBear, chances are it's me. It's been my online handle for about 20 years now. So
Nice. I'm on Twitter as _ ScarletRebel. Mostly just lots of yelling. I do also have a YouTube channel that's just ScarletRebel, where I talk a lot about Destiny and a lot about LGBTQ+ rep as well.
Nice. Yeah, and you guys know where to find me. Kaz _PhD on Twitter and Twitch, and the Embrace Destiny Discord and the Embrace Destiny YouTube channel. So thank you everybody who has been hanging out in chat. For the panelists, feel free to stay on this Discord call for a few extra minutes. I want to just chat with you off stream. We're going to be ending this here. I hope you've all had a really good time. Really appreciate all of you being here. I think we had a record number of people here tonight, which is great. If you are looking for this kind of content, we talk about this stuff all the time. Usually Sixfootdwarf and I are helping people through dungeons and everything like that. And in between, doing call outs and everything like that, we are asking questions about this and dreaming of what Destiny could be, or analyzing what has happened in the lore and stuff like that. So if you want, feel free to come on back and jump into the Discord as well, because we always host conversations like this, and we're definitely going to do some more panels like this in the future, because I think they're going well and everybody seems to like them. So Thank you, chat and everybody. I'm going to be offline tomorrow. I won't be streaming tomorrow, but we'll likely be back Monday for some more dungeon help, and then we'll see what the new week will bring. And I'll be alternating between Destiny and God of War. So, thank you all very much for watching. Stream, as always, be safe, be kind, and we'll see you all next time. Bye now.